fix that later. You can rewind time, yeah. They finally gave the ability to rewind for subs. Personally, I think it should be free for everybody. I don't think you should have to be a subscriber to do that, but at least they finally opened it up for subscribers. Let's see what we got in here. Actually, it's not an awful lot if everything's complete mint condition. Good game selection. 11 are without manuals. Yeah, that kind of kills it. I have no plans to get Hades 2, no. Never played the first one, no interest in the second. Hello, David Knight. Hotel Barcelona? No, I haven't looked at that yet. Right now my mind is pretty much just on horror games. Well, that's a nice song selection, David. It's an awesome memory for it. Streaming every day in October. I always do my best to stream as much as I can during October. There will inevitably be a few days, I'm sure, where I won't be able to stream, though. I don't know when that'll be, though, sarcasm. We'll see. Maybe sometime in the next month or so. What was my favorite Halloween candy? I used to like Reese's Pieces and Almond Joy. Because Almond Joy were good in like the Halloween size, snack size ones, because I didn't like eating like a big bar of that, but like a little piece of it was pretty good. And a favorite costume, I never really dressed up too much outside of like dressing up as Jason. I used to like doing like the fake blood stuff, you know? You never see the kids dressing up as like the actual scary stuff anymore. No, it doesn't. I think a lot of people take their kids to like Halloween events these days at a school or like wherever the heck else they're holding something. Oh, am I not sorting these correctly? No, I am. I saw the sponsored ones at the bottom. It confused me. I don't like how they do this. I believe these are sponsored. It doesn't say they're sponsored, like promoted. But it's confusing because you could see how I have these listed in a way where like it's ending soonest. But then these ones are like, yeah, we end in 6 days. Kind of annoying. Do I still collect GameCube games? It's been a bit since I bought a GameCube game. I haven't added too much to GameCube over the years. They're expensive for one, and I already have a bunch of GameCube games I still gotta play. I remember when I was contemplating almost getting this Combat of Giants game, because that was one of the 3DS launch games. Luckily my launchitis wasn't that bad, but I did almost buy that. I think it was like a $40 game too. Maybe it was 30. Maybe it was 40. That's probably what kept me from buying it. Probably plays like the equivalent of a mobile game. Thank you very much, DD the Husky, for the resub. I wouldn't say GameCube games are getting cheaper, they're just not getting as expensive, like they pretty much stagnated for now. Well, a lot of the newer Sonic games are kind of like, yeah, they're kind of like QuickTime events. A lot of the modern ones. A lot of times the faster you go in a Sonic game, the less controller input you have. Oh crap. Give me a second, apparently my PC is unplugged and it's about to die. Sometimes the plug comes a little loose. Luckily, it warns me and doesn't just like shut down. Well, a lot of the older Sonic games didn't really feature many fast sections, though. There was a lot of slow precision platforming in Genesis Sonic games. The amount of times where you actually just like go breakneck speeding through the levels is pretty rare in those games, honestly. And a lot of times, if you do that and go fast, you usually end up getting hit by something or falling to your death. Haven't played any of the SMT games. I've dabbled in them, but I've never really gotten like super into them. I appreciate them for what they are, but yeah, I'm not like heavy into the series. Especially not anymore. Those games tend to take a long time to beat. I think if I were to go back and play one now, it would be the Digital Devil Saga games. A widescreen Sonic 3. Yeah, it sounds nice. I think the ultra wide resolution is pretty cool in games like that. Hello, potato. I have no reason to use the Switch 2's battery. If I play it, it's just docked. It's pretty much how it was with the Switch 1. Not too many good auctions tonight. I think modern physical RPGs like Suikoden Remaster are going to be limited print and better to buy sooner rather than later. These days, pretty much as long as it isn't published by Square Enix, because they do pretty big print runs. Most of the time, it's not a bad idea to buy it when it's still new, because if they don't decide, whatever company publishes it, if they decide to not do a second print run, usually that means that the price might go up. It really depends on the publisher. Even Atlas these days, which used to be pretty much one-in-one synonymous with, oh, it's published by Atlas, oh, that's going to be expensive and rare in the future. Not anymore. Atlas is like a print factory at this point. They print up a storm. So yeah, it really depends who's publishing the RPG. Like, look what happened to Expedition. That game will not be rare or pricey at all in the future because they printed it into the ground. after the demand was there. Favorite anime? I don't really watch anime TV shows. But favorite anime film would be Princess Mononoke. Always has been. My mind has never been changed on that one. It's been my favorite since I saw it back in... What year did it come out? 97? I actually saw Princess Mononoke really early. Because my grandpa actually had a VHS of like an early screening copy of that. He used to get a lot of that kind of stuff. He'd have like a black market dealer at the flea market. He'd go into a van and like literally buy VHS tapes for movies that were, you know, essentially tapes that were meant for screening for review or like whatever the heck they were, wherever they got them from. And that's how I saw Princess Mononoke. He had a Princess Mononoke VHS. And the cover, I still have it. The cover said on there like screening copy or whatever the heck it said. So I saw that movie. I was probably one of the first people in the US to practically see that thing. And ever since then, it's been my favorite. Nothing crazy this year, Copy Hill. Still not sure what I'm doing with that yet. We might take it a little easier this year, we'll see. I don't get gaming gifts anymore, no. I actually wouldn't want people buying games for me anyway. I'm much happier just getting a nice shirt or a gift card or something, you know? Hello, Frilfan. If I were only allowed to play or stream one console for a year, would it be? Well, I practically already did that with the PS2, so that wouldn't be too hard. But now I'd probably pick the PS1. Mix it up a bit. So there's a copy of Half-Life in here without the manual. With the manual, it's $50 to $60. So someone here may be interested in this. If you're looking to save a bunch of money. You're pretty much buying it just for that. I think we saw this last week. They may have dropped the price. I don't remember this being $8. Posting the link in Twitch. If you need the link on YouTube, just let me know. What model of the PS2? Just get a regular fat PS2. The Slims break too easy. I used to love Slims until they started breaking on me. Slims are also more risky because they're more likely to scratch your discs with the ribbon inside if that comes loose. Am I getting Sonic Crossworlds? I didn't plan on buying that, no. If I get an opportunity where I get a free digital copy of the game from Sega or something, then I'll try it out, but I'm not spending $90+ on that game. This isn't a bad listing if you're in Canada. It comes with Alien vs Predator Extinction, which is it's like a $40-50 game these days, right? I'll link it. I already have the whole month of horror streams planned out. I have a list of games to pick from at this point, yeah. And then it just comes down to being able to have a plan, right? Like, I always gotta have a backup plan. If I start streaming a game and I beat it sooner or later than expected, say I start a game and I beat it 2.5 hours into the stream, it's like, okay, what do I play now? Maybe I have a 2.5 hour game that I can beat right after, so I beat the first game and then the second game in one stream. Maybe there's a game that takes 8 hours to beat, so I do the first 3 hours, and then the next stream I beat it in 5 hours. That's kind of how I plan horror streams. So I have, I'll make a list with an approximation of how long the games take to beat. I would really have liked to have tried Lost Souls. I'm hoping in Black Friday this game is on sale somehow. I'd buy that for $30. Must be harder and harder every year to come up with a list. Nah, there's plenty of horror games out there. There's always something. There may not be as many older retro horror games on consoles, because I played most of them. But there's always something on, like, PC. I have only played Dead Space 1. I played Dead Space 1 for the first time. Well, I mean, not for the first time. I beat it for the first time last year with the remake. Code Veronica remake. I can definitely see them doing something with that game. It seems like almost every Resident Evil is getting some kind of remaster. So let's give it time. So there's no case for these, just the inserts and manuals. I think someone used to recommend this game to me, this Deathmark. Not really a game for October, though. I haven't seen any gameplay of the new Hellraiser. But yeah, I used to be a very big Hellraiser fan, especially when I was younger. I liked it enough to have a Hellraiser shirt. I remember buying a Hellraiser shirt. Probably actually had it on a couple times in old YouTube videos. But no, I haven't really looked at the game. This was one of the last NIS games I bought. Bought the collector's edition for this. And I played it and I'm like, wow, this is really not for me anymore. I like the idea of roguelikes and everything, but like these really cutesy anime ones that are really convoluted, I just started realizing that I just had to stop playing them. And that's one of the beginning of the end games that I picked up where I decided I'm not buying collector's editions anymore just because they're making them. They started getting out of hand. It used to be cool when it was like maybe once every month, once every other month, but then it was like 5 times a month at least. New collector's edition coming out. They started getting greedy with that stuff. It's like, oh, pay us an extra $20, $30 and we'll give you a 3-page art book and a soundtrack with 5 songs on it. It's like, no, I'm good. Look at that. It's like Lapras combined with Gyarados. Look at that. It's an interesting design. That design is actually cooler than a lot of the new modern Pokemon that the actual company makes. Look at that one. Oh, that looks like it's actually like part of the, what is it, the forest spirit or whatever from Princess Mononoke. That's what that looks like. It's like a deer monkey. It's not a Dead by Daylight clone. Yeah, that instantly makes me more interested. An overrated horror movie or popular that I just don't care for? Probably almost any new modern horror movie. What was that last one that I saw? Oh yeah. 28 years later. That one. Void Terrarium is still on my PSN wishlist, so I won't forget about it. When is this new Hellraiser game come out? Is it coming out before the end of October? Do I like horror movies? Yep. I've grown up watching horror movies since I was really young. It's pretty much all I watch. I don't watch stuff often outside of horror. It's tough being a horror fan, though, these days. A lot of new modern horror that makes its way to theaters is not really my thing. Very hit or miss. Mostly miss. But I do love just watching random horror movies on, like, Tubi. Or whatever other streaming service I may be subscribed to at the time. I had to unsubscribe to a lot of them because it's like, alright, especially Netflix, pretty much over the years exhausted everything to watch on there. Got ran over by a car or something. Some nice black mold and dust. Look at that dust. Cigarette ashes, whatever that is. Doesn't look healthy, whatever it is. It's not often that you see a Mega Drive or a Sega Genesis game that's that moldy. That's pretty rare. Usually it's like PS2 stuff. Have you seen Eraserhead? Yep. I used to force my friends to watch movies like Eraserhead, and then after that they stopped letting me pick movies to watch when we'd hang out. It's a good movie though, I like Eraserhead. It's been a long time since I've seen Sleepaway Camp. I do remember the twist though. I remember liking that movie, but I haven't seen it in a long time. Hello, John Diaz. I've seen Hereditary. It was okay. I mean, I enjoyed it. One of the better modern style horror movies. But it's kind of like a one and done. I think I saw it twice and that's it for me. I'll probably never watch it again. We just need more slasher style, like classic slasher style horror movies with practical blood and gore that are not the Terrifier films. First Terrifier is really good. Everything since then, they're just ridiculous. They're too over the top. They're trying to make a name for themselves for being too over the top, and they're just a little too goofy. It's a little too much. Thoughts on the new 007 game? I don't really remember the trailer. Probably not a game for me. Otherwise, I'd remember the trailer more. Alright. Wow, really bad auctions tonight. It's probably one of the worst nights of auctions we've seen in a while. Weapons you'll think I like? I did like Weapons. Yes, Weapons was one of the better horror movies that I've seen in a theater in many years. That was a nice classic style horror movie. I really enjoyed it. A couple of weird things where I was like, oh, I would have done this or that differently, but yeah, it was good. I enjoyed the director's other film. Whatchamacallit? Barbarian. A lot. So I knew Weapons had a good shot. The Others. I remember watching that. I don't really remember what I thought about it. With me in horror movies, a lot of times I'll watch it, and then years and years later, I don't really remember too much. Which allows me to watch movies again and really enjoy them. That's how I am with games, too. I get a lot of them confused, too, because a lot of movies are so similar to one another. It's like, wait, was that movie the one where they did this? Or was it that other movie where they did that? Especially with those home invasion movies. I definitely watched a ton of those home invasion movies as they became very popular. This is potentially a nice little bundle here. Considering you're getting 2 brand new horror games, slightly below what you would pay if you were to go to the store right now and buy them. Small discount. So I'll link this. But wait, Kronos is 60, right? Kronos isn't 70. Yeah, so in a way this is priced pretty much accordingly. Forgot that Kronos is a little bit cheaper. Maybe if you add it to the watch list, the seller might send an offer. VHS movies. Are those the ones where they like find the VHS movies and they like play them back and it? I don't know. I think I probably tried watching the first one. It wasn't really for me. Found footage for me is I used to really enjoy them, but not so much anymore. I think I tried watching I definitely saw the first Fear Street movie. I think I enjoyed it. I don't remember how many other ones I watched after that, though. I think I saw the first and maybe the second one. They seemed okay. I never stuck with them, though. This movie I saw in theaters would have been Weapons. Yeah, I saw Weapons in theaters. I don't go to the theaters often. Usually it's just for like a big release of like some kind of crazy fantasy movie. Used to be for Star Wars stuff. I probably wouldn't even go see Grogu and the Mandalorian, whatever the hell that movie is. Maybe I'll see the Starfighter one. If it looks like it has potential. Or horror movies. I used to go for the odd Marvel movie here and there years ago. Not anymore though. But back when they were new and fresh and everybody was all excited about the Avengers movies, you know, wrapping up. No, I don't watch that many movies anymore. Because normally if I'm streaming, I'm not watching a movie. It's just on the nights where I'm not streaming, I'll just like check Tubi and see what they got on there. See what kind of crazy zombie movie I can find. I love my zombie movies. Favorite subgenre by far. At least with a zombie movie, even if it's bad, I can still enjoy it. Just something about zombie films I just really like seeing interpretations of what the apocalypse of zombies would be like. Survival tactics. Some of my favorite zombie movies are ones that are not over the top, not silly, but rather more grounded in reality and just survival. Sadly, I have a terrible memory with movie titles. Like, I can literally watch a movie and then the next day I can't even remember the name of it. Because it's just some random movie I watched on Tubi. So it's hard for me to even recommend films because I'm like, I remember the movie, but I can't remember the name. This Unison game is so bad. One of the worst games to ever try and stream. It's a music rhythm game where your button presses show no indicator on the screen. So you can't even really tell if you're hitting them or not. It's just like you just press it and hope it's synced up. Not a bad lot though. Shipping, free. Make an offer. It's under $10 a game, which is about right for most of these. But if you were to send an offer and get a bit of a discount, this might be pretty good. Let's see if they're complete. Orphan's missing a manual. And Unison is missing a manual. Decent game selection though. Colorante. Am I excited for Metroid Prime 4? I definitely look forward to playing it, yeah. It's just going to be nice to finally have something to play on Switch 2 again. I will say I'm not really excited about the motorcycle bike stuff that they showed in that last trailer. I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. Hopefully it's not a huge part of the game. Did I ever do a top 10 favorite games ever? I'm sure I'd love to do something like that at some point, yeah. I was very negative during the Sony conference the other day. I can't fake enthusiasm. If I'm not feeling the games they're showing, there's not much I can do. There were a few things that I was like, oh, that's cool. I was really excited to see them show the new Let It Die game. It was a pretty lackluster direct, and I think most people agree. That's so misleading. I can't believe that eBay allows that. Like, look at how this shows up in the results. I knew it couldn't be true, right? Xbox 360 games lot, $9.99. Buy it now. There should be some kind of indicator that shows that that's per item, or like, you know, it's a lot where you can buy individual things within the lot. They make it look like you're getting all this for $9. Events where most of the trailers are for games that have been already revealed. Yeah, those are not the best kind of... Because it almost feels like your time is being wasted in a lot of cases. Right? Like, they were literally showing Final Fantasy Tactics, which, don't get me wrong, the game looks like it's going to be great. But we're 5 days out from release when they showed that. Or like a week, if that. Do we really need to waste time during a state of play to show that? So I think it was just one of those things where there was just nothing that was mind-blowing. Even Wolverine we already knew was coming, and they showed maybe 5 seconds of actual gameplay. It's hard to get excited over a CG trailer before we even know how the game's going to play, you know? CG trailers are like just trailers that don't show actual gameplay. It's very hard for me to get excited over that most of the time. Unless it's like a huge reveal where it's like, oh my god, this game or series is coming back for the first time in 10 or 20 years. Then okay, you can show me a teaser trailer, we'll get excited. But if it's supposed to be a gameplay trailer and you just show a bunch of cutscenes, a little harder to get excited over it. Yeah, wasting our time showing us the speakers, the wireless speakers, that'll probably be super expensive. That's the kind of thing that you just drop on social media, right? Just like throw it up on social media. Okay, here, we're announcing this. Don't put that in the state of play. I mean, it's not something people are going to get hyped up over. It's just going to bring the overall flow of the show down. Bullied for playing games? If you meant growing up, no, never. If you mean now when I'm older, sure, there's a bunch of weird people out there that hate the fact that I play weird games. But I don't care. Best PS3 launch title? Definitely Resistance. Resistance was pretty much one of the only launch titles on the PS3. Didn't have much going for it. It's actually not a bad deal for getting all 4 of these. Not bad. Oh, well. Which one is that? That is Twisted Metal 4. This is Twisted Metal 3. That is Small Brawl. And that should be 2. Small Brawl is the most expensive, so that one being mint is not bad. I'll link it. I think it's still a pretty fair deal for getting all of these. Just some middle games have definitely gone up in the last few years, especially Black Label. Yeah, well, I played a lot of Ridge Racer 6, so I felt every little nuance that was different. 6 to me was always a superior game. Especially while it was new, because 7's on... The online in 7, you couldn't even chat or type or nothing. 6, you can literally, like, just talk to people. You couldn't do that in Ridge Racer 7. So it just felt less... personal when you were racing other people online, I guess. It's another decent lot. This the seller here seems very fair with their pricing. 53 free shipping. It's like 10 bucks a game. Which you would be surprised. Black Label Frogger 1 and 2, those are definitely not as cheap as they used to be. And by that I mean, you know, they're probably $10 to $15, $20 in some instances. Yeah, thank you, Ostia. Thank you for the resub. Glad you're enjoying Silent Hill. Seems like everybody is. First online I ever played. PC game called Shattered Galaxy. So your friends still bully you now because you don't play the same games they do? Am I going to be getting the Virtual Boy dock? I'll be honest, right now, I'm not sure. I don't think I really have plans to. Because the only way I would do it is if I can actually play... I don't know. I don't think I would get the dock. Because I would just play the Virtual Boy games on the TV if they allow you to do it, which I'm sure they do. They have to. I'm assuming they'll let you play that docked. But I'm not going to spend over $100 just to be able to do what I could already do with my Virtual Boy. And I can't stream it. It would just literally be buying it for the sake of buying it kind of thing. So I'm passing on that Virtual Boy dock. And the cardboard one is just an embarrassment. I would be very curious to see how they look, though. Like, that's how they handle the 3D. Well, think about it this way too. You just get yourself a flash cart, put every Virtual Boy game on the flash cart, buy yourself an actual Virtual Boy. And it would be more expensive than getting the Switch thing, right? It would be more expensive, obviously, than getting that dock. But then you don't got to worry about being subscribed. You'll actually own the flash cart. You'll own the Virtual Boy. You'll get the real 3D effect. So it's like, if you're really that interested in playing Virtual Boy, you might just be better off investing into a flash cart and a Virtual Boy. And then you can play every game, because every game won't be available on that. It just seems so wild to me to spend $100 on something where you're only ever going to be able to play 14 games on the Switch Online. And those games may not even be permanent if they ever shut that service down. I don't know, it's just... You should just get a Virtual Boy that'll be around with you forever. And for most people, I think a lot of people don't realize... I can imagine most people will buy that dock and probably spend a day playing Virtual Boy games. There's not going to be a lot of people out there that actually stick around and are like, man, I really love playing Tetris on Virtual Boy. I love shoving my face into this, you know, Switch 2 screen. For most people, it's going to be a novelty that they're over within a day or two. So is that really going to be worth over $100? You got to think about it. So they're not making TV play an option for the Virtual Boy games? So they're not going to let you play them in like a 2D effect? If you can't play those Virtual Boy games on the TV, then yeah, I won't even bother downloading a single one. There's no TV play. Man, Nintendo are just... I'm losing my faith in Nintendo, honestly. So you can't even play them on the TV. You have to buy that stupid dock. I mean, it's not, to be fair, it's not stupid, but the price of it is. The cardboard one is just ridiculous. Man, Nintendo's crazy with that. It's the only reason I was it said it was required. Yeah, that's kind of the only reason I would have even bothered. It's the ability to just play on the TV. Yeah, just get a Virtual Boy and mod it and play on your TV. Or what Nintendo could have done, which may have been even cooler. I don't know if it would have been possible. But like, let you play it on your TV and then sell you a pair of Virtual Boy glasses, like 3D glasses, where you can, like a 3DS where you can like see the 3D on your TV. Wouldn't that have been? Now I would have paid $100 for that. Pair of awesome looking red and black Virtual Boy glasses that let the games be 3D on your TV. That could have been cool. You only played Virtual Boy once and that was enough? Yeah, for most people that's enough. I haven't honestly seen any of the talk around Silent Hill F being in Japan, no. If anything, I think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of a cool direction for the series to go. I look forward to trying it. Thoughts on Doug Bowser leaving? Not gonna miss him. We saw the guy like, what, 3 times? I mean, at the end of the day, he's way more behind doors than Reggie was. Not very personable. That's how most of those like CEOs are. Unfortunately, I think at the end of the day, Reggie is just diamond in the rough, and it's always going to haunt Nintendo because they know they're never going to be able to replace someone like that in the company. At the end of the day, though, I don't really care who the CEOs are or who's who, as long as Nintendo makes the right decisions. Lately, they have not been, so we'll see how it goes. Do I own any modded handheld systems? I've got a few. 3DS being the big one, which I had modded many, many years ago from Katsu Kitty. Modded Links. And I think that's it for handhelds. Yeah, I wish I had the chance to play the PlayStation 3 games in 3D. I really wish I bought that 3D TV when it was on sale. Like $100. I remember it was on sale, like practically clearance for $100. And I was like, that's kind of silly. There's only so many games that use it. But man, the ability to play stuff like Eco Shadow of the Colossus in 3D would be pretty cool, but I don't even know. I think that TV's pretty expensive now, right? Like very expensive. What did you get for your PS3 TV? Or PS3D 3D TV? What'd you get for it? Have I received any new Figgies? Yeah, they sent me some Sonic Figgies, which I will be opening on my Sonic channel soon. And then also Conker's Bad Fur Day Figgies, which I showed off a bit in the last eBay stream. So if you missed my last stream, that's the one you want to check out. Let's see them. Am I gonna play Ghost of Yotei? No plans. I never even played Tsushima, so... Game Lot. Clever title. Disc only of Project Ride and Hide in there. What disc is that? Bratz. No, apparently it's already confirmed that you can't play the Virtual Boy on your TV. It apparently said in small writing or something that you have to have the hardware. So in other words, they won't let you play it out with the 3D. Yeah, I have a GameCube. Yeah, I keep saying it was a big missed opportunity for Nintendo not to put Virtual Boy games on the 3DS, because the 3D would have been perfect. I was always baffled by their decision not to put them on there. throw them on a cart, Virtual Boy like Volume 1 and 2, make 2 different physical carts, or just put them on the eShop, sell them individually. I don't understand why. Just missed opportunity. Hello, ethical. Someone kept asking. I forgot to answer you. Someone was asking what sub points are. That's just literally, you know, if you subscribe with Prime or Tier 1, that's 1 point. So different tiers are different points. So like a Tier 3 sub is worth 5 or 6. Yeah, and then a Tier 2 is worth 2. So it's just, you know, different subs are worth different points on Twitch. Yeah, 6 points for a Tier 3, because they give you a bonus one. Yeah, not only that, but original Xbox games, a lot of the good ones backwards compatible on Series X, so you get some real bang for your buck collecting original Xbox. You know, the more I think about it, maybe the reason we never got Virtual Boy on 3DS is because Nintendo was still potentially nervous around that time of 3DS not being successful. So like the last thing they want to do is release games for one of their biggest flops in history, right? They don't want to draw that parallel. So it makes sense that we get it now, because in their eyes, obviously, the Switch is very, very successful. So it's like, yeah, whatever. We don't really care. Release it, make the money from the accessories. But back during the 3DS, especially in the early years, I could actually see now why they wouldn't have released Virtual Boy games. The articles that would be written. Because think about it, if you release Virtual Boy games, news sites will cover the failure of the Virtual Boy. Right? With like the news of Virtual Boy games hitting the 3DS. It's almost like they probably didn't want that kind of coverage. I think this listing has been... The seller, I feel like it's the same seller. I feel like I've seen this now for a while. 1,700. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Honestly, current market price, it's about $1,300. So they're a little high. If Silent Hill 3 has the soundtrack. which is like an extra $100 these days practically. Virtual Boy Homebrew. I haven't played many Virtual Boy Homebrew games. Everything that I have are just like real games that may have been unreleased. The best homebrew that I've played though was the Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 2 port, which is technically not official, but it is a really good version. Like, it's actually great 3D on that game. Hyper fighting. Yeah, if you have the opportunity to play hyper fighting, you should definitely play it. 3D is really good on it. Nice, yeah. Our official Vita case is hard to come by. Did you have a hard time finding that? Wepwa? Yeah, I remember my official Vita case. Man, that was like one of the highest quality cases I ever owned. That thing is really nice. Oh, you mean the case to go around the Vita? Okay, so you picked... okay, not a carrying case. You mean like a case that goes around the console. Yeah, I remember you asking that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an official Vita case on a Vita, so I don't know how that feels. How much are 007 games worth on the PS2 nowadays? Most of them are very cheap. Anywhere between like $5 and $15. Wow, this may be the first time I've ever seen a lot of carrying cases. Can't say I see this often. I like the N64 one. A little dirty looking though. Still have enough horror material. I never run out of horror games. There's always something to play. Horror month could be 2 months long and I would still struggle to fit in everything I want to play. Just cases, okay. I was gonna say, it's too good to be true for that price. So I never really reveal what I play during Horror Month, but I have not played Ghost Hunter yet. It's one of the few PS2 horror games I haven't gotten around to. Or eBay streams. Probably just do what I did last year, maybe one in the middle of the month. The way I look at it is, we've always got time for eBay streams. They happen year-round. We only get once a year for horror games. So I've already played the thing. I didn't really get into it. Yeah, I played the original version. The problem I had with the thing at the time was it just... There was no tension. There were just too many enemies. I just remember having... the pacing just felt weird in that game. I played it many years ago. I tried streaming it. But yeah, I was not very into the thing. It wasn't what I thought it would be. Maybe now if I played it again, I'd think differently. I'm sure I'd give it another shot again at some point. But yeah, not the biggest fan when I originally played it. I don't think I've really seen many Disney Channel Halloween movies. Can't say I have. Maybe none of them, to be honest with you. I didn't grow up with Disney Channel, so... I don't think Disney Channel was part of my programming growing up. Kaiju Pilot Driver. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for the 21 months. Here's hoping I play Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. 2D adventure game with a villain chasing you like Clock Tower. That does sound interesting. There's so many Five Nights at Freddy's games now, I wouldn't even know where to begin. Some of them are just so different from the others. Are there any 360 games I'm still after? I don't really keep a list per se for 360. So I can't really name anything off the top of my head that I'm like, I gotta have this. But I'm always on the lookout for any of those like 360 era action games that I never got around to playing. Like Blades of Time, for example. Any of those kind of games that I missed out on. Games that when they came out, they were like a dime a dozen, right? Like we were spoiled. So many action games coming out on 360 and PS3. But then as the years went on, we started getting those less and less, and now it's like they're coveted. It's like, oh man, I'm craving a 360 action game at this point. So a 360 action game that back then may have gotten 6s or 7s for reviews, to me now that's like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Like I want that. You bought Blades of Time recently, £100. Yeah, I would get it on 360. PS3 version's a little pricey. But Blades of Time looks like something I'd really enjoy. Both of them. Yeah, both of them. They were, like, related to one another. But I think the cover you're thinking of is more so X-Blades. Thank you very much, Maniacal Goomba. Thank you for the 1 year of being a member on YouTube. Yeah, Blades of Time is way more rare. X-Blades is a lot more common. I still have to play both of those. Change up our search. How many versions of D are there? Well, let's see. You've got DOS, 3DO, PS1, Saturn. Would be the major consoles. And then if you're counting the limited run game stuff, which is essentially like the same thing, just re-released. So technically 4 versions. Stick my case, the one that has a logo metal plate on it. No, it's just like a the Vita logo is just like imprinted on the cover of it. There's nothing metal on there from what I remember. I bought it when the console... Actually, no, my case is the one, I think, that came with... Didn't they bundle a case with, like, the launch edition of Vita that came with Little Deviants? I think they did. I think that's the case I have. If not, I bought it during launch, pretty much, so... I don't remember being afraid of Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, no. Usually if I was at Chuck E. Cheese when I was a kid, those things weren't even moving anyway, from what I remember. I never actually got around to playing Untold Legends, sadly. I really wish I did. Yeah, I never played it on PSP for the launch, and I don't think I ever played it afterwards either. Here's the thing, the PSP had an amazing launch lineup. There were a ton of great games. Unfortunately, that's just one of the ones I didn't buy, because there were just so many other ones to buy. And then the release schedule for PSP was fairly fast, if I remember right. So, like, by the time I would have even considered other launch games, other new exciting games were launching. So that one got pushed to the wayside. How's that Sonic 06 on 360 doing? I haven't seen it in a while. I'd still imagine it's around the anywhere between $20 and $30 range. Halloween streams begin October 1st. I will be attempting to stream my Horror Month streams on YouTube for the first time. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. You'll be able to catch them live on the channel, but depending on how they are received by the YouTube analytics, they may have to be for members for the VODs, or you could just go on Twitch and watch the VODs. But yeah, they'll be live for everybody though, YouTube at least. So if you're there while I'm playing the game, you can watch. Because I've never streamed every day on YouTube, and I'm not sure how that's gonna go. What is this search right now? Okay, I was just making sure. I'm seeing a lot of promo stuff. I'm like, where are the games? Oh yeah, the Sonic 3 movie made Shadow the Hedgehog go up to like... Even the PS2 version was nearly $100 for a bit. Is this the steelbook that you get if you go to GameStop? I feel like I've seen a few different steelbooks at this point. That's the GameStop one, right? Oh yeah, this is the one I normally see. That's so creepy looking, goodness. Go back and play Genji on the PS3. Yeah, if I went back and played that now, I'm sure I would love it. Puppeteer came down a lot. Most PS3 games did come down a lot. There's really not a lot of expensive PS3 games because they're rare. Most PS3 games are on the uncommon side, but they're not really rare. Puppeteer was never rare. It's just that it was one of the few exclusives that were like a cool platformer, so people went crazy for it. Why is Sonic 06 so high in price now? The game is everywhere. Well, the thing about Sonic is the fandom spans generations, right? So, like, as kids start growing up and get into Sonic, they have to go back and play the Sonic games that they were too young to play when they initially came out. So there's always, especially when it comes to 3D modern Sonic games, there's always a supply of new fans coming in. And Sonic 06 is stuck on the PS3 and 360. And the best version to play is 360. So there's no alternative versions to drive down the demand for the 360 version. This is just like two things that are so wrong with the gaming industry. Put in the one, WADA Games, and then Poop Slinger from freaking Limited Run. You combine the two and it's just catastrophe. Oh, this is CGC. Still, I hate seeing stuff like this. I remember reading into the lore of Poop Slinger. Well, the lore of Limited Run in general. It's not a very glamorous past and present. Zodiac 2 sealed with the games. Let's see what games. Some pretty rare ones. Let's see what they got. All the usual suspects. GTS is a bit uncommon. This is almost the entirety of the Tapwave Zodiac game library. There's still a few here that they're missing that are on the rare side. There's like a helicopter one that's pretty hard to get. But this is almost the entire game library right here. Harmonious gift and a sub to Toad in Wonderland. Thank you so much, Harmonious. Appreciate it. Hard to find Lost Dimension on PS3. I really actually want to try Lost Dimension. The concept of that game sounds so interesting to me. So every time you start a new playthrough, there's like villain characters that are different every time you play the game or something, if I understand right. Not unique to Lost Dimension, but like pairing that with a turn-based RPG sounds kind of cool. PC game? Horror, erotic horror, huh? You must be 18 or over. Absolutely not for children. It's not often that you see horror paired with that kind of stuff. It's the exact same version as the Game Boy Advance. Oh, is it really? Yeah, I forget what version was on there. I think I briefly played it when I first got it. Double Steel the Second Class. Is this a Japanese exclusive? Don't think I've ever seen that before. It's like a Destruction Derby Burnout kind of game or something. Looks neat. Never heard of it. Well, it's just a build-up for Sonic 06. The peak price for Sonic 06 on 360 was around $40 to $50 during the 360 apocalypse. So I think the thing to blame here is when the 360 store was, you know, shutting the doors. And everybody started panicking, and they started buying like anything they had to get their hands on for 360 still. And a lot of people do consider that to be practically an exclusive 360 game because the PS3 version is not ideal. You can definitely play it, but it's not ideal. And then you got the DLC and stuff on 360. Which I'm not sure if that's on PS3 or not. But just like the general consensus in the Sonic community is you play that game on 360. The loads are even worse on PS3. So the price was raised up pretty high because of the 360 ordeal. And then ever since then, it just never, like most 360 games, most of them did come down in price, but they never fell back down to what they used to be. So then you pair that with just the Sonic fandom and the movies. It's just like, it's just too much going on to make Sonic 06 ever dirt cheap again. Did I ever own an N-Gage? Sadly, I never had one when it first came out. An N-Gage was pretty much viewed as a luxury. Believe me, I wanted one, but it was expensive. So I didn't get one until years later. And I love the N-Gage. I actually think the library of games on there is really like a kooky selection of weird little gems. And there's a lot of really interesting high-profile series on that console, which have decent ports or versions. And it's got some good exclusives. I can't really speak to if it's worth it now because the prices are a lot higher for the console and the games. But back when they were really cheap, it was definitely worth it. So this is just something for those of you to check your collections if you own PsyOps. If you happen to have a copy that comes with a bonus CD with music from Cold. Increases the price of this game from about $20 or $25 to upwards of, I think some people get like almost $100 for it. This one here is $85 asking. So check your copies and you might have a rare variant. Any good horror games on the N-Gage? The only thing that would be considered horror on there would be Requiem of Hell, which is essentially a Diablo clone. And then there's what is the first-person shooter that's exclusive on there called? I'm forgetting the name. It's not really horror, but that would be like the next closest thing. There's no true horror games on the N-Gage. Did I play Rain on PS3? Yep, I played it when it came out. I enjoyed it. It's definitely a different type of horror game. To me, it felt like Eco if it was a horror game. I guess is the best way of putting it. It was nice. It was a nice little artsy-fartsy short horror game. Very atmospheric. One of the worst titles ever for a game. The fact that it's called Rain does not help the search results. Finding that game is difficult. Because everybody just thinks, they confuse it with Heavy Rain, first of all. It's never really a good idea to, if you're an indie game, it's not a good idea to call your game something with 4 letters, like something so simple like that, Rain. Just, that game didn't get the exposure it deserved. Black is lucky that on the, PS2 and Xbox, Black is lucky that it had a pretty high-profile release, because if Black was like a smaller niche game, it's like you would never be able to find that game with a search. It's hard enough to search it as it is, because if you search PS2 Black, it just brings up Black Label stuff. Typically, you gotta search it with the year. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pre-production piece. $22,000. So this is like the print test for the box. It's cool. Is it $22,000 cool? No. No, definitely not. However, they are targeting NES collectors and TMNT collectors with this, so maybe somebody will come along and be like, you know what? Yes, I do want that for the collection. The way you can look at it, if people are willing to spend $22,000 for a Pokemon card, there might be somebody out there willing to spend $22,000 on practically a one-of-a-kind piece for this. It's just the printer's proof, though. Yeah. Oh, I think it's overpriced, but I think in time they'll definitely find a buyer. Yeah, searching for original Xbox games is probably the most painful thing to do on eBay. You can filter out series and one, but a lot of people actually put those in their title for more keyword searches, especially with the backwards compatibility. So yeah, it's not easy. It's almost why I never search original Xbox, because I just know I'm not getting everything out there on the results. Better off searching specific games. What a boring poster. I miss when banners like this used to be exciting. Look at that. I guess that was just part of their branding though for Xbox One. Super sterile, one solid color. There will come a time, probably 15, 20 years from now, where something like this is highly sought after and rare and expensive. But we're definitely not at that point. $300, we're not there yet. There's a band called All, A-L-L. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Can I explain how to refine search results like Black Label only, or loose, or CIB, Steelbook editions? Like, how do you get only those to show up? You got to put it in quotations. So, just open a different window. So, let's just say that you wanted to search for RPG. Alright, so you want to find PS2 RPGs that are Black Label. So you definitely want RPG to be part of the search, and then do Black Label in quotations in brackets. But when you do it in brackets, it's just a good habit because you can actually fit multiple things in here. So if you want it to only be RPGs Black Label complete in box, you do no space. So quotation, comma, quotation CIB. Close the bracket. And then theoretically it should do a better job. It doesn't always though, as you can see with these greatest hits. But it'll try its best, like you can see here. The first result is hitting exactly what I was searching. So RPG PS1 or RPG CIB Black Label. So eBay being eBay, I bet you they've probably changed the way searches work now. Where they'll include more stuff because that just means more chances of them selling things. But for the most part, it'll try and pull from those terms. So you can see here's another one. CIB Black Label. And even though I searched RPG, it's showing me an RPG. So this might actually be pulling from the genre inside like the metadata or description kind of thing. I believe what the brackets do is it just separates the search terms. So they may not even be required, but I do them anyway because it doesn't hurt. Right? Like if I took out the brackets, let's see what happens. Yeah, you get way less results. So like something's getting screwed up here. So you got to do the brackets. It just kind of separates the terms. So like something that I do to help with searches is say you're searching for Pokemon. Say you're searching for Pokemon, but you don't really care what versions you want to specify the version. So let's just say that you only want to see gold and silver. Forget if it matters if you put the comma inside the quotation, it might. I think this is how I've always done it. So you just want to see gold and silver. Or gold or silver. And also blue. Say you hate red, you just want blue. So this will search Pokemon, and it'll search Pokemon gold, silver, and blue all at once. So we're getting like blue, gold, and silver. You shouldn't see too many reds. Unless that person is like using the other colors as a keyword. So that's one way to be a bit more specific but broad at the same time. And you also get limited editions of Pokemon Silver, like this one. Silver version. So you can filter out the word additions as well. Yeah, so if you wanted to do that, let's just say Pokemon red, blue. But let's just say for some reason you don't want a certain thing to show up. After that you do minus. Right, minus. So you do space, minus, no space, and then filter out whatever it is that you want to filter out. So say you don't want to see CIB. You don't want to pay the prices that CIB versions are going for, so you do that. And then you shouldn't get people that are listing complete in-box copies. So it's just all cart. At least it'll take out people that put that in their title. I have a link for the playlist. Grab it for you. Yeah, I've been doing these lo-fi playlists lately because they're nice and very relaxing, and they don't typically trigger 50 copyright notices per stream. So able to get the Silent Hill F Steelbook. I actually don't like Steelbooks, so I would never really go out of my way to get one. Oh yeah, those are definitely the titles you want to look out for. Anytime I see a listing with just a really terrible title and it's hard to tell what's in that listing without clicking into it, I always click those listings. The worse the layout of the title, no caps, short title, like the worse the title is, the more likely I am to click into it. Silent F Steelbook is going for high. People told me it's because GameStop's only got like a few in per GameStop, and there's way more people that want the Steelbook than they got in, so it's going for high prices. See, this person, they know what's up. They're like, Black, PS2, PlayStation 2, EA 2006. You want to do this with this game because it tries to hit all the keywords that you can possibly put down. Like the fact that they put EA in the year tells you they know what's up with that game. Because it's kind of hard to search for that on eBay. You always click on listings with Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 on it. Yep. I can usually tell from the thumbnail if it has the gold strip on top. But there are definitely games out there where I will click on it to see if it's like a rare variant that you can't tell unless you check the listing. Little dog. Really bad photos. Good games though. Categorized by series. Not $600 worth though. Yeah, I mean the origins of me not liking Steelbook is Perfect Dark Zero. For 360. I believe it was the first Steelbook to come out on 360, and I got the Steelbook version, and it just always bugged me because it stood out from all my other 360 games, and I just hated the way it looked next to everything else. Ever since then, I have not been a fan of them. They tend to have really cool art, but to me, they're just unnecessarily heavy cases. They scratch easy. I don't know, I just prefer the normal case. Like if I had a shelf that wasn't on like a traditional bookshelf, like something that's drilled into the wall or something, I don't know how safe it would be on certain shelves to have a shelf cases full of Steelbooks, because the weight of that is pretty hefty, and I'm sure it would start bending the shelves of most wooden bookshelves as well. So it really depends how you store them. Steelbook collections look cool though. I think they look great when you have nothing but Steelbooks next to one another with like movies and stuff. But if you're like splicing it in with other types of covers, I don't like it. A lot of people have them mounted on magnets. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Not my thing, but it's cool that Steelbook cases are still a thing for the people that like them. It felt like it might have been a fad at the time, but apparently it's not. When was the last time I went to a GameStop? A couple weeks ago. I went in there to do a small PSA submission, actually. My first time doing it. Which was pretty seamless, by the way, I gotta say. Gotta say, if you're submitting cards for grading, the GameStop experience is pretty damn smooth. You literally just bring your cards in, have them in a penny sleeve and a top loader. They lay them out on their desk. They take some photos of the front, some photos of the back, slap some stickers on it, and you're done. Way better. And not only that, but it's technically somewhat cheaper to grade with GameStop if you don't grade many cards in a year. If you grade a ton of cards, then it's cheaper to go through PSA. But it's also faster, way faster to grade with GameStop. They have their own, like, people they hired to grade the GameStop submissions, so you get your cards back faster. So I should hopefully have those cards back maybe by the end of October. I sent in the Pokemon Jungle cards that I opened in my videos. I actually had just like a bunch of commons, uncommons that I opened myself, and I submitted them for grading. And then a few tops cards, couple hollows. Some of the cards that I opened in videos and stuff, so we'll see. We'll see how they come back. All it takes is one card. One of those jungle cards needs to come back a 10, and it pays for, like, everything. So, hopefully I get lucky. Visions of Mana. I just did the demo. Seemed alright. Seemed like a pretty nice game. Thoughts on AI grading stuff? That'll certainly be the future for trading cards, but it's not quite ready yet. Especially with companies like Tag that make a lot of mistakes with their PR. Inevitably, I'm sure it'll certainly be the future, for sure. Or at least like human and AI working together. But we're not there yet. This is one of the hardest to find PS2 games, in my opinion. Virtual on Mars. It's not a game you see often. You almost never see it in a lot. It's hard to find it, even in the wild. Because I remember a few years ago when I tried getting a copy of this game. How do I know it's rare? Because when I tried to get one, there were literally no copies on eBay. Like, none. No complete in-box used copies. I think it's gotten a little bit better now. I'm sure there's always at least a copy on eBay. But when I tried to get it, nothing. There was nothing on there. And that was when the game was around 40 bucks. Yeah, I checked out the retro section of my GameStop. Saddest thing I've seen. Like, nothing there. It's just a bunch of common Wii games. Do any of you have a good, like, retro section in your GameStops? Thoughts on Facebook Marketplace over eBay? Oh, for some people, people love Facebook Marketplace. I want nothing to do with it. I don't really use Facebook anymore. Also, I would never want to have to, like, meet up in person to get a game or give someone a game. No. Gladly pay the fees to not have to do that. Yeah, I just want nothing really to do with Facebook Marketplace. I'd rather have the seller protection and all the other stuff that comes with it. The only interesting thing you saw at GameStop was a Wii copy of Baroque. Hey, you should have picked it up. Was it a good price? Nope, never used Craigslist. The upcharge is way more generous through GameStop than PSA directly. Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I don't think any of my cards would qualify for an upcharge. Not in the condition that they were. You've had more luck buying bulk. So, like, when you use Facebook Marketplace, is it... people are generally meeting up for that stuff, right? Are people, like, shipping to one another now at this point? I don't know, it just seems kind of sketchy to me. I'm different, though, right? Like, I'm different from just, like, other people. Obviously, for me, I'm not gonna go meet Joe Blow down the street to pick up some random games, right? Because I'm a personality, essentially, right? Like, I just don't want to have to be going to someone's house or meeting someone in person. Because I'm not really anonymous. So that's one of the reasons I never use things like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or anything like that. I just don't want to have that interaction. Because some people are really cool, but then you get the weird ones sometimes, you know? Any interest in Topps Chrome Star Wars packs? No. No, if it's a set that features modern Disney Star Wars stuff, I don't really... If it has anything to do with the sequels or the Disney shows, I don't have any interest. If they do, like, retro sets, then yes. Like, if it only features the older films or something. But the thought of opening Star Wars packs and getting signed Acolyte cards, not really my thing. You leave the item on your porch and they pick it up and leave the cash? Oh, hell no. Yeah, no. I'm not that trusting. Yeah, the Twisted Metal lot was alright. Not too many crazy finds, though, tonight. Yeah, no, I don't... I just don't want to have to meet people in person to get games. I'd rather just see what I'm getting on eBay, buy it, bing, bang, boom, you're done. Ship to your house. Easy. You only meet for Facebook Marketplace sales at your local police station. That's smart. That's not a bad idea. What do I think of the Katamari series? I love it. Yeah, I mean, The only one I still haven't played We Love Katamari, but I played all the other ones. Personally, my favorites are Beautiful Katamari and, you know, the first Katamari game. I'm very much looking forward to the new one coming out at the end of October. Can't wait to play that online. It's gonna be fun. Beautiful Katamari is so underrated. That's a great one. Am I gonna speedrun it? I wouldn't say that. I'm just gonna enjoy the online multiplayer for now. Play that while it's nice and relevant. Look at that box art, that's awesome. Just for a link cable. Oh, it's a Pikachu link cable. Interesting choice of Pokemon. I think that's the first time I've ever seen, like, Nidoran just featured on there like that. Sandslash? So random. It's pretty much on hiatus until probably after October, Rapid Fire. I played Katamari on Vita. Yeah, I didn't really care for the touchscreen gimmicks with that one, though. I didn't care for most Vita games that used the touchscreen, except for Tearaway. Tearaway was like the only one where I'm like, yes, this was made for the Vita. The other one just felt like forced. I always used the 3D on the 3DS when it was an option. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tearaway used like practically everything you can use as a gimmick on the Vita. Yeah, Vita's the only game, Vita. Tearaway's the only game where the back touch panel was like, it made the game better. A lot of the other games I just felt like it was a gimmick that kind of took away from the experience. Yeah, Gravity Rush, I forget how that utilized the back touchpad, if anything, but that was a great Vita game regardless. Little Deviants, I actually still never played it. It came with my launch day Vita, but I still think I never even opened the game. I feel kind of bad. I was just more excited to play the other Vita launch games, though. Game Boy Advance and 7 cases. So you get the Game Boy Advance, a Game Boy Pocket. Are these complete? Doesn't really say. The cases are... Games included in the... No games included, cases only. Okay, I was gonna say that would have been a pretty good deal. I played the first Nier, the original Nier. Nothing since. One day I will get into the others. I always forget that you gotta filter Pokemon when you search Game Boy. Otherwise, half the listings are Pokemon. Wow, is that Voltorb in the middle? Never realized that. I had no idea that Voltorb was the center of the sequel for the Game Boy Color Pocket trading card game. Did you guys ever notice that? Look at that badass Voltorb in the middle there. I have never noticed that before. Who knew? Center of the box art. I always thought that Yoshi's Touch and Go, even though it was one of the earliest games on the DS, I always thought Yoshi's Touch and Go made really good use of the stylus as a nice early gimmick game. Also, I think Lost in Blue incorporated a lot of fun stuff with the stylus, if I remember it. Trauma Center. That would be another one. Pac Picks. That was a really interesting way to use the stylus where you draw Pac-Man. And then he turns into Pac-Man. I don't know what Ostia called that in chat. Yeah, that's about all that comes to mind. Oh, and Rhythm Heaven, I guess. Right? I'm pretty sure Rhythm Heaven incorporated the stylus quite a bit. I don't own any cosmetically modded consoles, no. I'm not super into that. They look cool as hell, but I just, yeah, I don't own or collect any of those. Like, if I were given a modded console, like a modded Game Boy with a translucent green shell on it, I think it was like the coolest thing ever, but I would never go out of my way to buy one of those on purpose just because of the cosmetics of it. I'm very much a purist when it comes to, if I have a console that I've had since day one, I would never mod it to change the way it looks. I'd have to have like a second one. I would need to preserve my original console. Like an example would be the N64, right? Yes, there's a very easy way to mod your N64 to allow it to play Japanese games by like cutting the thing inside that prevents the cart from going in, but I would never do that to my childhood N64. I would literally need a second N64 to do that too. I would never cosmetically alter anything on a original console that I owned. It's just how I am. So then in that instance, if I bought a second N64, then I'd be completely okay with it being cosmetically modded with like some cool shell, because I know it's not my original. I still got my original, but if I'm getting a second one, then I'm okay for like the purpose of the region mod to have it cosmetically modded. Pokemon Pikachu Protector console cover. Wow, so this is just a cover, huh? Interesting. I've never seen that before. Chemco put it out. Check that out. So it's just like a Wii Remote shell to put your console in with a little Pikachu in the bottom corner. Huh. It's actually pretty good for a kid. Sure, that thing got dirty quick, though. Hello, Chemdream. Any consoles I'm still after? Not actively. Most of the consoles that I'd still want are pretty, It's not even so much the consoles, it's just like the games that would go with said consoles are like just crazy expensive at this point. Like the Pippin. I always wanted a Pippin, but I always told myself I would never get the Pippin unless I can get some of the games I wanted, and I was never able to get the games because they were so rare. Now that boat has kind of sailed. Or a laser active, like I always wanted the laser active, but now that just doesn't seem feasible at all. It was barely feasible back in the day. Now, forget about it. I remember I had my one opportunity one time at a convention where I walked into the convention and somebody was selling a laser active. But whatever they were asking for, it was pretty much like the entire cash budget that I brought with me. And I didn't want to like immediately buy that one thing and then, you know, that's it. Convention's done at that point. So I passed on it, even though it was, you know, tested, working, good condition. That was like the last shot I had at it. Just to put into perspective, that same convention, I just remember going to someone's table and they had a box only copy of just the box for Super Metroid, Super Nintendo. They only wanted like 20 bucks for it. I walked away for like a minute to think about it and came back and someone had just bought it. But like that just gives you an idea of the prices around that time, because if you wanted a box for Super Metroid now, it's probably going to cost you, I don't know, at least 100 bucks probably. If the laser active breaks, you're screwed. Yes, it is very scary to own now, for sure. That's why getting that thing shipped to you in the mail is just that's too dangerous. I would need to buy that thing in person to see that it works. I never bought the Ouya, I know. Just didn't make sense at the time. There were only like a couple of exclusives on there, and most of them I didn't care about. Just, yeah, I had no interest in the Ouya. I only had the on live because they literally gave that thing away for free. At, like, one of the PAXs I think I went to. All you had to do was demo it at PAX and they would hand you the console. For free. So that's how I got the on live. It was that simple. So I don't really go to yard sales anymore. But if I saw a dirty yellow Dreamcast with dirt spots on it, unless they were asking like practically nothing for it, I would just leave it. Say if they were asking $5, then okay. Maybe I'd pick it up at that price and just take the chance. If not, then you just sell it as parts and you can probably, you know, make the money back. But unless the price is just too good to pass up, I would just leave it. The original Google Stadia, yeah. Yeah, I played Stadia once. And it worked just as you would imagine. It was working fine. I was streaming at the same time, playing Jilt, whatever it's called, that horror game that was on there. And I'm like, man, this is working great. It's actually not as bad as people made it out to be. And then my internet connection cut out for like 1 second, and then the whole game crashed. Because obviously you got to be connected to the internet. And then I lost my save. Like, I had to go back and play like an extra 20 minutes to get back to where I was. I felt very differently about Stadia after that. Nah, I never played Boktai. I just don't think I would have ever wanted to sit out in the sun to play a game. I love that region mod. We were just talking about that. They just sawed out the little piece of plastic. But then again, maybe it's a different region mod that I'm not aware of because they're listing a bunch of other stuff in here. Yeah, I've never gone to an estate sale. It's just like too vulture-esque. I just invented that word. But what I mean by that is like, every time I hear about estate sales, it's just like people line up there hours ahead of time. It's like, I'm not into that. I ain't getting in line way ahead of time just to get into someone's house and hope that they have some gaming stuff. Nah, I'm good. I'm alright. And then you gotta hope that the price of it is actually good. That's why I avoid yard sales. Just you get other people can take it. Like I'm not wasting all that time and gas just for the experience of showing up to a yard sale where somebody's got like a complete copy of Kuon for like $3 in their hand because they got there 5 seconds before I did. I'm good. I'll stay home, get the rest. Plus, it really depends where you're from. If you're from an area where there's a lot of competition, good freaking luck. It's not like the old days. No, I would never buy an Amazon return pallet. No thanks. No, yeah, because I remember I had an experience like that Many years ago, it was one of the last times I ever really felt like going out to go to yard sales for games. I went to a yard sale and somebody had just gotten there before me, and they were like just scooping up a ton of. I don't remember what console, maybe PS2. I don't really remember, but they were just like scooping up a bunch of the games real cheap. Had them in their hands as I got there. I'm like, no, I can't take this anymore. I'd rather just not know about it by not going to yard sales. It's the word you'd use to describe it. Find a box of gaming stuff no one saw, and then a crowd formed around you as you pick through it. Nah, I'm good. Like I don't need that kind of experience. Yeah, as you're picking through it, a copy of Rule of Rose or something pops up, and like someone just like jumps in there and takes it from you. No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'll just sit at home and scroll eBay, you know? Yeah, if you watch the latest video that one of my last videos I put up on the channel where I was doing like the first person buyer's perspective at the Long Island Retro Convention, like you just got to look at all the people around there, and that's your competition. It really depends where you're from. If you're in an area where people don't really, there's no retro stores, there's no retro conventions, all right, you might have a good time at yard sales. But if you're in an area where you've got literally thousands and thousands of people hunting retro games, like, don't even bother. Don't even bother. Just let the resellers go out there at the crack of dawn and get their game. You know, it is what it is. I mean, these people are like, they're the type that will see the yard sale advertised ahead of time, and they'll like literally track down the number and like call them up to ask them what they got before the yard sale even happens. Doesn't put it past me. Do I own any Funko Pops? I proudly own a giant collection of 0 Funko Pops. I think they're hideous. And also not ideal for collecting because they're so bulky and take up a lot of room. No offense to people that like and enjoy Funko Pop collections. I know there's a lot of people out there. I'm just very glad that I think they are ugly as hell, because I would not want to start a Funko Pop collection. I think the idea of having a Funko Pop collection filled with like your favorite ones signed by people and stuff is kind of neat, but yeah, not for me. Wasn't I excited for the Funko Pop game? Definitely not. If I seemed excited, it was because, yeah, I definitely would not have been excited for that game. I was trying to think of a reason I would have been, but no. No, I think it's impressive too. I really thought Funkos were going to be a fad. I'm impressed they're still around, to be honest. It just really seemed like the next Beanie Baby kind of thing. They got staying power, that's for sure. I still don't really, like, I know what a Labubu is at this point, but I don't know, I guess I just don't get it. Is the thing that you open up a box and inside is just a random one, so it's like another form of gambling, essentially, right? So instead of opening a Pokemon pack, you're opening a box and getting a random doll. I think that's why they're so popular. People, it's unlocking a subset of people that didn't know they had gambling problems. Right, because it's like appealing to a new crowd that maybe have never done blind boxes or like stuff like that before. So they're finding out that they're actually addicted to the gambling aspect, and that's why they're taking off. You're still surprised Amiibos are around? Yeah, I'm surprised Amiibos are still around too. I really thought Amiibos would have been a fad for sure that like went away after a couple years, but no. I'm definitely impressed that Amiibos are still a thing. There was a period where I thought they were done, but people are, no, they're still releasing them. I just didn't notice. But they're not like how they used to be. That impulse buy, kind of like, oh, they're at the store, nice and cheap, 15 bucks, whatever they were. Not anymore. Yes, I own no Amiibos, no Funko Pops. And the main thing with the Amiibos is that they were always just mass marketed. If Amiibos were a bit more limited, it just like Amiibos just didn't feel special because everybody had them. So everybody's Amiibo collection pretty much looked exactly the same. And I would have been the type of person where I would have kept them in the boxes because generally they looked really nice in the box. And yeah, the amount of room that would take up is pretty intense. That's why I like the Figgies stuff, because they're nice and small, they fit on a shelf. They're actually limited to 1,000 pieces each for first edition. And then you got like the rare limited edition, so like that extra chase element is what I wish the Amiibos had. But Nintendo can't afford to make something that limited, right? Like 1,000 Amiibos each, that's ridiculous. They can't do something like that. They're just gonna mass produce them for the demand. But I think for a collectibles line like that, you need some form of like chase to it or rarity. I'm not really interested in stuff that's just like infinite supply made to demand. Ghost Friend with the tier 1, thank you very much. Thank you, Ghost. Appreciate the 13 months. Trade anything on the playground? No. It would have been nothing to trade on the playground while I was in school. Alright, let's do affiliate. Silly bends. Yeah, I don't really remember what those are. That was kind of after the point I would have been in something like that. So, to start us off, once again, we're looking at things that people bought with my affiliate link. We had someone pick up a Mac Mini hard drive of some sort. 4-pack of Philips Premium Gum Care Replacement Toothbrush Heads. We're definitely off to an interesting start. Orcs of Moria, Lord of the Rings Sideshow Weta Medallion Mines of Moria. Let's see what this is. It's the bus, yeah. Someone was collecting the entire series. These show up on here occasionally. Well, in this case, it's the coins. Giant coin, my goodness. I think I used to have one of those bookmarks. They look familiar. Sideshow Weta. Oh, you're actually getting some, I can't mouse over to it. But you're getting one of the starter decks for the trading card game right here. Mines of Moria. Numbered 1,527 out of 10,000. So yeah, pretty mass-produced or something like that. There's the orc. Silly bands for more for Gen Z. Yeah, I don't even know what those are. That's the toothbrush head you use, not your purchase though. Yeah. That is yours. $20 is a great price for the medallion with the extra goodies. Yeah, it looked like it. Yeah, you get some fun extra stuff with it. The Fan Blu-ray Mondo Macabro Germany. Let's see what this is. Oh wow. One of the most chilling portrayals of psychotic teenage obsession ever committed to film. Jeez. That's one way of putting it. It sounds like it's probably a very intense movie. Sideshow Weta Orc Helm Frodo 1/4 scale. Wait, Frodo's helmet? Oh, not Frodo. Oh, they're showing me something else. Yeah, this isn't the same item. Unfortunately, eBay does that sometimes. Can't see. Kingdom Hearts 3 Bring Arts 3-pack Collector's Edition. Bring Arts? Just bring a typo or something? Just Frodo's orc helmet when he's disguised. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, because a helmet, I'm like, the only thing that could have been a helmet would have been the orc helmet. Is that really what Sora looks like in Kingdom Hearts 3? Or is this just a not good looking figure? No pun intended, it looks kind of goofy. Just looks weird. Oh, that's the Toy Story world. Okay, I was gonna say, that looks weird. I'm like, I didn't look at the bottom part, but like the neck up, I'm like, what is going on there? So he's meant to look like a toy. Micro Solutions backpack. An external drive. CDRW. 6-inch hard drive. A lot of computer stuff. Cross for eye opener cables online. I have no idea what any of that means. Someone's building something though. Pillars of Eternity Obsidian PC with box and book. Wow, somebody actually bought a physical PC game, huh? Like a newer one. What year did this come out? Let's see, does the eBay lore tell me? The one time I wanted it, they didn't have all the lore. A lot of negatives. I have not played Nex Machina, no. No, I haven't played that. How does it play? Sounds familiar, I just don't remember what it looks like. Ex Machina. 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray, out of print with slipcover. It's not bad for being out of print 4K Blu-ray. Nex Machina, I'll keep it in mind. Suspiria on Blu-ray 2018. I haven't watched the remake. I'm a huge... Actually, no, I take that back. I think I did start trying to watch the remake, but then I never finished it. I got like halfway through, got too tired, and then never went back. I think that usually when I watch a movie, I always finish it, but that's one of the first movies where I started watching it and I had to turn it off midway through. Not because it was necessarily bad, but I was just like too tired to finish it. But first Suspiria movie is legendary, one of my all-time favorite horror movies. WWE Ultimate Warrior WrestleMania Heritage Series basic action figure. We'll assume that is maybe Trekkie's figure. Yep. Anytime we see a wrestling figure, you know who it is. WWE Ultimate Warrior, we did that. Net Appliance Eye Opener Internet Appliance Vintage Computer Terminal. No, I just want to see what this... See what one of these is. See what's being picked up here. And there it is. Someone building an old PC or something? Sure feels like it. Hello, workflow. 100 Halloween poly bubble mailers. Oh, look at that. It's cute. Someone's picking up themed bubble mailers for October. Someone must be selling a lot of eBay stuff. That terminal is what the idea cable is for. Oh, look at that. So if you buy something on eBay and it has this bubble mailer, you know who it's from. Eggs of Steel for the PS1, no manual, nice disc. That's a pretty uncommon one. One of the lesser known Atlas published games back then. Still haven't played this. They're showing me a different listing. I don't know why eBay does this. It's like, no eBay, please just show me the thing that I'm trying to search right now. They just bring me to a different listing. And a car aging rubber seal under front windshield panel. Alright, purchase of the week goes to the person building this old PC, or whatever's going on, because That was most of the listings here. I'll have to look into The Fan. That sounds like a very interesting movie. Wonder if that's streaming on anything. See if new auctions are ending yet. Since auctions earlier were pretty bad. Let's see if we got new ones. Marathoners of Light, thank you very much for that resub. That sounds like a name change to me. I like the new name though. Yeah, I figured. I'm like, I don't recognize that name. Well, thank you for the resub. Thank you for letting me know. This is over in 30 seconds. $20 shipping kind of kills it though. Mondo Macabro release movies tend to be very insane. Are they typically releasing movies that you can stream, or do you usually have to buy the physical? This lot is over in 3 minutes. It's over $1,000. Let's see what we got. And 64 lot. It's like whatever, nothing special. The NES games also pretty standard. It's gotta be the Super Nintendo stuff that's making this so expensive. $1,000, really? This feels so overpriced. Are you serious? This is crazy. I am not seeing $1,000 here. Look at the condition on these. Wow, this seller is definitely very happy with this right now. Let's see what this ends for. I'm curious. It's still getting bids. Damn. I mean, look at the N64 games. Most of them are actually very cheap. Yeah, you got Resident Evil 2, Mario Kart, Mario 64, and then it pretty much ends there. Everything else is like a $10 cart. The NES games, Tetris and Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt and Mario 3 and Willow and Kirby's Adventure, like what? So that means that they're pretty much valuing these Super Nintendo games at like $800 for what? Dr. Franken. Alright. Is there something in here I'm not noticing? Donkey Kong Country? Mario World? What an insane lot. Is that Wildcats? But even that, like, that's not enough to carry it. That's crazy. Let's see what this goes for. Anything in the description? A mix of titles. I like how they spelled a mix. If this gets another bid, which, man, I sure hope it doesn't. If it gets another bid, I'm going to say this sells for $1,084. That's my guess. Yeah, that is one of the most crazy prices I've seen on a lot like this. You figure at the most the N64 game's worth like $200. Around $225 maybe. If you're like really stretching things. The NES games, what? 20, 30. Okay, no more bids. The NES games like $80 at most. So that means that they're valuing the Super Nintendo games at about $750. Crazy. Phantom Dust. I played Phantom Dust for the first time a couple years ago. Played it online, really enjoyed it. Made me regret not playing it back when it first came out. Would I rather have all the games in that lot or a PS5 Pro? I wouldn't have anything to do with those games. So I guess I'd take the Pro in that instance, but I really wouldn't want a Pro either. Unless I had to pick one. The thing about the Pro, too, is, like, the longer time goes on, the less and less tempting that thing is, because every year that goes by is 1 year that we're getting closer to the PS6 and the next generation. So buying the Pro when it first comes out, like, okay, if you play your PS5 a lot, you play a lot of the games that it supports, maybe you can get some mileage out of it. But if you're picking that thing up, like, 2 years from now, it makes you really wonder, like, how much more time you're going to get out of it before the PS6 is here. Hey, what's up, Pixelly? Thank you very much for the 103 months. Crazy. Appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. I can imagine that. I like how she says TurboGrafx. I've never heard the alerts girl say TurboGrafx. TurboGrafx. If Sony stays on course, the PS6 should come out in 2027. Yeah, all I'll say is if you plan on getting the Pro, sooner rather than later. If you're buying that thing next year, that just would not make sense at all. Did I hear about how Silent Hill F plays worse on the Pro? No, I didn't hear that. That sucks. What happens? Does the frame rate get screwed up somehow? What actually happens? I'm sure Digital Foundry covered it, right? Well, to be fair, the Xbox handheld has a $600 version, which is expensive as well. But $1,000. I haven't done my research. I just don't care to do it. But I would need to do my research to see what the difference is. Like, what are you getting for $1,000 compared to the $600 version? You're excited to finally start getting games built for the PS5 and PS6 comes out, yeah. Yeah. I'm not a fan of previous generations holding back current gen consoles either. No problem, dude. Just looking at the cover for this game, it just screams something that would have been at home on like the 360. Really miss those like short, contained 6 to 8 hour linear shooting action games from that time. You know, the games that made really good rentals, GameFly games. Oh, did they actually let SpongeBob on a skateboard in Crossworlds? Like an actual skateboard or the hoverboard? I almost feel like it would be in Valve's interest to, or other companies, to capitalize on the shift in people that may not be buying a PS6 in the future and opting for PC instead. They really need to get on like an actual something other than the Steam Deck, right? Like something that is just easy plug and play into the TV. Capitalize on the people that really value the ability to keep their PC separate from like something that they just plug into their TV in the living room. Just come out with a device that can play most modern games. Link it to your Steam library. Mass market it. Yeah, but even if there were Steam consoles back in 2013, that's too early. People were not ready to abandon console for PC. Now there's way more people that are like, you know what? Maybe PC is the way to go. So they should capitalize on it. $10 for Dark Forces. I think it's just the PC version. I don't know about the price of that. You're saying that? Oh, it does say 3 games though. Yeah, I don't know jewel case game prices at all for PC. hoping Pokemon Snap is one of the games on sale for Black Friday. I do want to play that. Is this the same one we saw last week? I'm having deja vu of like the same exact listing. I still think that's a good price though. All you gotta do is slap a manual in there and it instantly becomes like $50 for the retail version. Hey, thanks, Blizzard. Spamming the emotes. Love to see it. Thank you for the 20 months. Golden doorknob as well. This is apparently the title song from Wario Land 4. It's a very interesting take. I know, I just had to look. I'm like, what is this? Do I like general sales or particular sales? I'm not sure what you mean when I'm searching for things. I like browsing more generally. It's just more exciting to see what comes up. I don't know what happened here. Pocket Monster let Opposis go Pikachu. That is certainly a huge typo. You need a boutique console with giant proprietary media. That's pretty much the Evercade. They make their fun little cartridges. However, yeah, they should go the full mile and like not even allow anything USB. Just make their own controller ports and everything. Damn, I used to have this game. I definitely sold it before it was worth $125. I don't know what it was going for, but it definitely wasn't that much. Never played this Arx Fatalis game. I feel like I'd really like it though. It's been recommended to me quite a bit over the years. I think the Xbox version is supposed to be kind of flawed though. I think most people recommend the PC version. Do I have a Gizmondo? Of course. Great console. Most people don't defend that thing. I think every game I played on there is a blast. So I don't care what anybody says. However, the sad thing about Gizmondo is the outside, like the rubber grip that they put on that thing, deteriorates over time. So it gets kind of like like it's just essentially the system disintegrates over time, which is kind of disgusting. But then also the battery inside is proprietary. There's no replacement for it. So until somebody comes out with a way to safely replace the battery, it's pretty much done. I don't think you can even plug it in with the power supply and play that way. I think you have to have the battery in there if I remember right. This has a bid for, with shipping, almost $100, by the way. Do I have a GameCom? Yep. That one's a little bit harder to be over the moon about, but I do think the port of Resident Evil 2 is kind of fun. Sonic pretty much unplayable on that thing. But the GameCom was like revolutionary at the time, being able to hook that thing up to the internet, check your email, whatever the heck else they let you do on there. That thing was crazy for its time. Wii U will die if you don't use it once every few years. Well, my Wii U will probably be dead then. I'm not sure I'd be able to keep up with turning that thing on every few years to play it. There's not enough on there. I'll have to buy... So, this is a great idea if you're looking to be rich 20 years from now. Buy a bunch of Wii U's, and you gotta treat them like Tamagotchis. You gotta turn them on and play with them periodically to keep them alive. And then 20 years from now, when everybody else's Wii U's are dead, you got the Wii U farm. You can sell them out. And you gotta play 3DS games to prevent their battery from dying. Guess I won't be saving any 3DS games then. I'll just have to do one playthrough, one sit down. The scariest game I can play in Horror Month. A game with mummies about doing math. Oh, it's actually 3D. Wasn't expecting that. Are these things people have actually tested? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't follow that kind of stuff. A lot of it feels like to me just like a topic of a YouTube video to drum up clickbait. If you just think about it, if you tell everybody that your entire 3DS collection is going to be dead and unsavable in a couple years, you're probably going to click into that video. So I have no idea. I haven't verified it. You hear all these kind of things all the time. Like the Wii U thing with the Wii U's dying. I see people bring it up, but I haven't really looked into it. How reliable that is, I don't know. Did I like Resident Evil 7? I played it in VR. I didn't finish it. It was very intense in VR. I think if I ever play Resident Evil 7 again, it'll be just like the normal version. That is probably the most immersive game I've ever played in VR, though. Like, an absolutely insane game in VR. I can only imagine how crazy Resident Evil 8 is in VR. Probably even better. But then again, Resident Evil 8 isn't quite as claustrophobic as 7. 7 is a very claustrophobic game in the beginning hours. But man, it was so cool, like, looking around the mansion, like, opening the drawers. Like, my favorite part of Resident Evil 7 in VR wasn't the combat, wasn't the scares. It was just scavenging for herbs and bullets, like, in VR. It just felt so cool. And it was extra immersive because I had a fan blowing on me when I played it, and it just felt like when you were in the hallways that you were just, like, in this breezy, dark, spooky mansion, just feeling like the fan hitting you as you're going through that environment. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was very scary in VR. Very scary. I noped out in like the first third of the game when you oh, thank you, Chrono. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for the 3 sub gifts very much. Preparing the lurkers for Horror Month in a few more days. After the boss where it's the woman that like summons the insects or whatever, I forget her name. But that boss fight in VR, my god. It's intense. But you gotta remember, even though that was pretty early in the game, everything that you do in VR just takes way longer than if you played the game normally. Right? Like twice as long. It takes twice as long to like look around and do things. So getting to that point in VR definitely takes longer than the normal playthrough. I haven't done VR in a bit. Unfortunately, I got motion sickness and stuff with VR, but more importantly, I was unaware and very disappointed that they took out the ability to read your chat while streaming VR for the VR2. I still don't understand why they did it. PSVR 1, you can see the Twitch chat in your headset. PSVR 2, you can't. Like, what? And like I always mention, please let me know if they ever patch it to add chat back into the headset. I'll stream it again. Until then, I'm not. It's like, I wear glasses. It's just too much of an inconvenience to constantly take the headset on and off, potentially scratching the lens every time I do it. You like the small arcade games in VR? Oh yeah, those are some of the best ones. I had a blast playing one of the music rhythm games on there. The anime one, like the Hatsune Miku wannabe game. I forget the name of it. Yeah, music rhythm games are great in there. This auction ends at 6:30 Eastern in the morning. These are the kind of auctions you gotta look out for, because no one's gonna be up at that time bidding on this. Nothing special. Just got a 360 for the first time since 2013 or so. What are some good turn-based RPGs? Well, you can always start with Final Fantasy 13 if you never got around to that. But that I would recommend the Series X for. Otherwise, Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, Infinite Undiscovery. Especially if you like games where the characters scream the moves that they're using every 2 seconds. Sonic 1 Complete goes for 50. It can vary. So if it's the one without the not for resale thing on there, I've actually seen that version go as high as $100. If they play the pictures right and they do the peacock effect and it looks mint. Price varies greatly for it. But yeah, if it's just the one that doesn't have anything on the cover, just like the plain cover, nice condition, that can go pretty high. Average price I'd say is $50 for that, but it can go as low as like $30, $25 if no one's paying attention. If it's the ESRB version, that's definitely minimum $100 because that one's pretty rare. Have you played any of the 360 RPGs? Like, did you play Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey and stuff like that? Wait, why is my thing to sort by newly listed gone? How are they getting no results for variant? That can't be possible. There we go. Something screwed up there. If you're looking to get adventurous, you can always play like Enchanted Arms. If you're looking for more like action RPGs, you could always do, you know, something not traditional. You could always do Divinity 2. I always like that one. Which is a bit of a janky Euro RPG. Or you can do Sacred 2 if you like a more Diablo kind of experience. Highly recommend that one. Or dare I say, if PC gaming is not your thing, and you are willing to deal with a terrible frame rate, Two Worlds. I stand by Two Worlds. I think that game is a blast to explore if you like open world, like Elder Scrolls kind of stuff. It's just that the frame rate is so bad. So bad, but fun. Fun game. Combat's great. The open world exploration's great. I really believe that Two Worlds would have been one of my favorite 360 games if the frame rate was just better. It is a little hard to look past the frame rate in that game, I won't lie. It's pretty hard. Game Boy Advance variant? What's the variant about this? Doesn't say. Not sure what's different about that. Just because it comes with a pack of cards, which didn't even come with it originally. This playlist, it's Nintendo lo-fi music. Send you the link. Yeah, I never played Magna Carta 2. But after playing the first Magna Carta, I'm definitely tempted. I actually really didn't mind that. It got cut off early for my playthrough, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think 2 is more like strategy-esque, isn't it? Imagine 3D printing something and then asking $40 for it. Like, jeez. Anybody can 3D print. Gotta be a little more competitive with that price. Feels more like an MMO prototype almost. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out one day. What a weird cover. For Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. That doesn't... I don't care if it's a variant or not. That is a weird cover for that game. I have my full playthrough of this game on YouTube, by the way. It's on my second channel. You find it there. It's one of the first videos I uploaded there. It's actually a really entertaining game to go into blind. I never watched... Unlike most people, I never watched like the AVGN review of that, so going into that without really knowing what I was getting into was certainly an experience. I never watched any gameplay or footage of it because I knew one day I would play it. I wanted to be surprised. Dark Brotherhood variant vinyl for Oblivion. Wow, that's pretty nice. I like the hand-drawn aspect of it. Look at that. It's nice art. All the vinyl collectors out right there, they're like scratching and itching to get this copy right here. It is nice looking. That's on Shadow of Mordor. I couldn't get into that. Yeah, I'm in the minority of people that wasn't really a game for me. I think that game just came out at the wrong time when I was starting to get fatigued with open world style games with tons of missions and markers and things to do. I also just didn't really care for how dark the tone of that game was. I just would prefer my Lord of the Rings games to be a little bit more high fantasy, bright, cheery kind of environment. So I just didn't like playing in that setting the entire game. The rival system was interesting, but the game never really clicked for me. Favorite horror game? You'll probably have to wait if I ever release a list of my top 10 horror games. I feel like maybe after this year, maybe. Like, I could do it now, but it sucks because, like, every time I'm like, man, this year, some of these games I'm about to play have potential of being top 10. So it's making the lists. I always delay it because I'm always like, well, I haven't played that yet. I gotta play that before I make the list. If you broke it down by console, then I can maybe give you something, but not general overall. Not yet. It's one of the strangest covers I've ever seen. They didn't think it was a little repetitious to have the name of the game here and then the name of the game immediately underneath again. Ooh, man, that looks bad. It's one of those games that's bad, but not in a good way. A lot of those Blast releases. You just finished watching 28 Years Later till you get what I was disappointed with the ending. Yeah, it made me almost not even want to watch whatever comes after. I love the first hour of 28 Years Later. It was really, really good. First, like, 45 minutes or so, let's say. And then after that, it was just like, not what I was looking for. It's very dark initially, but later there's another map. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I would probably like that. This song is way louder than all the other songs. But if I go to adjust it, it's probably going to get really loud, so I'm just going to leave it. It'll jump scare people. This was my Super Nintendo. This is when I got my Super Nintendo, brand new in the store when they were offering this variant. This is when I got mine. Cool box. I remember really liking it because it had the Super Mario RPG Bowser, like, looking style on it. It's a weird render of him. Plus the Yoshi. Man, they really don't make boxes anymore. Like, look at the design of this thing. Look at the back of it. With all the characters and the screenshots of games. Man, boxes were so much more fun back then. Just look at the sides of it with all the characters. Donkey Kong, Bowser, Peach, Mario. Now we just get these, like, super sterilized, solid color boxes made for being recycled. No, I don't want to recycle my box very much. I want to stick it on a shelf forever. But if they look like crap, maybe I will. I tossed out some of my more recent console boxes, like the PS4, the PS5 box. I think I got rid of that. PS4 Pro, I think I got rid of that. If the box is small enough, I won't get rid of it. But, like, the big bulky ones that are just, like, very cheaply made anyway, I just usually get rid of those. Like a Switch box, that's small enough and, like, sturdy enough where I wouldn't get rid of it. I didn't get rid of the Atari VCS box because it's got really cool, like, asteroids artwork on it. It could be. I don't think I did this one from the other day, but it's possible. Maybe I did. Link metallic variant from San Diego Comic-Con 2015. Can't be all that rare, honestly. If it was only limited to 3,000, I guess not too many people want it. You would think a limited Link figure that big would be worth more than that. Seeing that CIB Super Nintendo always makes you a little upset. You had a full Super Nintendo CIB Donkey Kong Country promotion. Wait, the game itself, or do you mean the console? The console? Oh wow, complete in box. Damn. Was it yours from like childhood? That's unfortunate. Oh, someone gave it to you for free. I was gonna say, I thought they gave it away. Your own. Well, somebody bought that Pokemon copy that I looked at. Was this sealed? Maybe they just like the condition. Man, that sold so quick. Literally just looked at this. It's not sealed. I don't think that pack is worth anything. It's a Korean pack. It's not worth much at all. It's a newer pack. Alright, I mean, hey, I guess it was just... I guess it was a good price for Pokemon Red. There's no pictures of the inside or nothing. That feels like a bit of a gamble to buy that, honestly. How do you know that the cart isn't fake, or how do you know it's complete? I don't care if it says CIB complete. They're not showing you. Not right now, Benjamin, but I will be opening something soon because I wanna start selling on my eBay account again. I got a lot of like trading card stuff I want to get rid of, and you know, some games here and there, so probably after October when I'm less busy. For the next month, I'm gonna be pretty busy with streaming horror games. I played Blasphemous. It was, I only played it just because I thought the graphics looked really neat. But unfortunately, around that time, I was still very much not into Metroidvania-style games. So I was pretty much like forcing myself to play it just because it looked really cool. So ultimately, I didn't finish it, but it seemed like a really good game for that genre. I mean, I also am not into the pairing of like a Dark Souls experience with a Metroidvania. So it was like the combination of those two things just drove me away, even though I knew it was a pretty good game. So I didn't bother with the sequel. But once in a while, when something really appeals to me on a visual perspective, like with that genre, I will try it. I'm not opposed to, even though I know it's very hard for me to get into certain genres of games anymore, I still will try them out occasionally, just in case something clicks and I'm like, oh wow, you know, this is going to bring me back to the genre, like I did with Hollow Knight Silksong. Like, I tried it. Didn't really get into it as much as most people, but, you know, I will try games like that once in a while. Just like first-person shooters every once in a while. I'll try again. See if it's something that sticks. Wow, that's pretty expensive. I wouldn't expect WrestleMania on Genesis to be over 30 bucks. Some of these wrestling games are surprising. Never underestimate some of these wrestling games that you might think are cheaper. Dynasty Warriors Gundam on PS3. Over $50 ships. 360 version's definitely not that much. I don't really have a favorite anime. I don't watch anime series anymore. I don't even really watch anime films anymore, but I used to be very, very into Studio Ghibli movies. You know, Kuni was awesome. I wish the sequel was just as good. I will definitely do another playthrough of Ni no Kuni at some point. Your mom went into your room and gave it away when you were in college. Oh, okay. I read that wrong. Okay, someone gave it to you for free and then it was given away. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Do you know who it was given to? Like, that just seems like a crazy thing to just give away out of nowhere. Maybe someone asked, like, oh, you got any video games? And she's like, oh yeah, it's got this Super Nintendo sitting around here, you can have it. Place I'd like to travel to. I would love to go to New Zealand and take like the Lord of the Rings tour. See like the filming locations and stuff. I would love that. Go to the Shire. I never played Viva Pinata, no. I think I played like a demo of it or something briefly. But I never like actually played the full game. I'm sure I'd really enjoy it. Sure I would, at this point. Think she'd donate it to a local thrift store? Oh, man. Oh, did you really, Echo? How was it? Was it worth, like, the expenses to get out there? Sure it was, right? Hey, I think your dad needs coffee. He goes, alright, just really a couple hours tour. How many different locations do they take you to? I wonder if there's like multiple tours that you can do. Or if it's just like that one Because I think there's tours where they take you to other filming locations that are out, like, not just the Hobbit village, right? Like the Shire. Wow, $20 for Rainbow Curse, $12 shipping. One of the few Wii U games I still need to get. Thankfully, it's not expensive. Mount Doom was 4 hours from where you were staying. Damn, they have a Mount Doom tour? That does sound cool. But yeah, 4 hours is a lot to travel to go to that. Like, once you're there. That's 4 hours you could be doing other things. I played Bullet Witch. I rented that from Gamefly back in the day, and I beat it twice on 2 different difficulties, if I remember it. But yeah, I didn't have it in me to do any more playthroughs after that. Like, there's achievements to be done on each difficulty, but 2 is enough for me. Or 1, whatever. Like, I did 1.5 or 2. One burnt out on it after a while. Sonic Frontiers for $5. Oh, definitely worth it for $5. Sonic Frontiers is a good skeleton of what I eventually want, hopefully, Frontiers 2 to be. The game is obviously unfinished. Many things about that game feel like it's just not finished in development. A lot of pop-in. It just feels like they took empty environments, just threw like a Sonic theme park into it. But it's definitely worth $5. You'll have fun with it. Some people can't stand it though. Some people are really not into it. Yeah, they updated it a few times. I played it when it launched and never went back to it. They added a really cool option in there though, where you can like turn off the deceleration when you spin dash. So you can technically just like fly across the levels now, which looks really fun. I'll go back and do another playthrough of that again for sure before the sequel comes out. No, just random older Pokemon singles rapid fire. Nothing crazy. Wow. I can remember when I used to hesitate picking up this Ultimate Spider-Man limited edition for PS2. I can never settle on picking it up though, because every time I found it on eBay, there was always something wrong with the outer box. It's one of those boxes that was very prone to damage. Like, you could see it here, sort of. But the ones I found were usually always a lot worse. Because it's like a foil cover, very delicate. A lot of people would tear it because it has the stickers on it to keep it closed. When I was considering getting it, it was only around $40, $50, but I could just never find one in good condition. No, I haven't bought those Sonic cards yet. I'm waiting for Sonic Blitz to come out though. The digital trading card game. Hopefully it comes out soon. $8.50? What? So maybe that other person bought that copy of Fire Red hoping that maybe it had the adapter in it, because apparently that makes it worth $850. Like, that can't be right. But maybe it is. Guess they figured it was worth the gamble. Little Master Games girl. Have any of you been playing that Dying Light game, The Beast or whatever? How has that been treating you? Don't feel like I hear anybody talking about it. GameStop Roulette? I don't really know too much about that. Is that the thing where you can go on their website and like open a digital pack and they give you like a random graded card or something? That seems like a very bad idea. Does not seem wise. Is the Reverie version of Klonoa 1 and 2 better? So I think the original of Klonoa 1 on PS1 is better than the Reverie collection. But I think the Reverie collection version of Klonoa 2 is better than the original Klonoa 2. On PS2. The only thing the PS2 version has going for it now is the cel-shaded graphics, but I just think the graphical fidelity of the new one is just more worth it. And the story in Klonoa 2 is like nowhere near as good as Klonoa 1 for me, so I don't mind the voice acting. Like the voice acting change in Klonoa 1 is way more startling in Reverie Collection. It ruins the ending cutscene. If you're a casual fan, it won't mean much, but if you're really into Klonoa, it makes a big difference. Order a game and hope for CIB. Oh no, I never order retro stuff from GameStop like that. I did it once for like more modern games. Yeah, I don't just randomly order stuff from GameStop. State of play was average. Nothing that really got me. No big surprise. There was no surprises. Everything we already knew about or had already like seen announced, and we were just getting a new trailer. Wow, that was a really nice looking copy of Ocarina of Time. Look at that box. Clean. Looks practically brand new. Mint. Good pick up there. What were my thoughts of Klonoa remake on the Wii? It was like a one and done for me. I played it once, that was enough. Paled in comparison to the PS1 version. There was really no reason to play that over the PS1 version. Other than just the novelty of the new graphics at the time. Well, I mean, I give my real takes during stuff like State of Plays. For better or worse sometimes. Wow. Almost $40 shipped for Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. Still holds good value for the OG. 180 for Silent Hill 4. Wow. Damn. 180 for Silent Hill Origins. Silent Hill games popping off right now at freaking F. The only people that think the Wii sucked are the ones that never really gave it a chance. There are a lot of really awesome Wii exclusives on there, where the motion controls are not the end of the world. The problem with the Wii is you really got to do your research. You really can't just pick up a Wii and then expect to find the good games immediately. You got to like really look for them. The shovelware is just so immense. Gotta wade through it. Anybody that spent meaningful time with the Wii, I think, have fond memories of it. I don't think the Wii has reached its full potential either in terms of demand. I think there's a huge wave of nostalgia and demand coming for that thing in the future. For the games that people either missed out on or grew up with and got rid of, right? Because don't forget, a lot of people that grew up with the Wii, their parents probably got rid of it at some point after they got a little too old for it. Those people are going to come back and be like, man, I really want to relive certain Wii games that they remember playing. But even so, like the collectors too, I really don't think the Wii has reached the stage of like really taking off with collectors yet. There's just so many amazing games on there that people slept on because they were like, Wii, I don't need a Wii. They just laugh at it. There's some really good games on there. Some of them are pretty uncommon. Do a Wii search, yeah. Wii searches on here are pretty brutal though. It's just so much shovelware, it's crazy. It's really hard to find a good listing. Let's actually look through sold prices for a little bit. Let's do Wii CIB. Gotta do the Wii search, yeah. Well, we'll still do a Wii search. Just jump a few pages in. Wow, Sin and Punishment actually picking up price a little bit. That used to be a dirt cheap game. They printed Sin and Punishment into the ground. This used to be dirt cheap, like bargain bin material. Now people are paying nearly $40 ship for it. That's a change. Animal Crossing fans are hungry. Yeah, a new Animal Crossing game will be huge on the Switch, too. Especially if they add in, like, some nice online. Make it more of like a... Make it just easier to drop in and drop out with strangers and less so friends. Last Story was good. Xenoblade was good. Arc Rise Fantasia was not good. Yeah, Arc Rise Fantasia was one of the... It was just too... First of all, that game was too long. Just not enough going for it. I never got into the story. I don't even remember the music being all that great. I feel like I like most of the Wii RPGs I tried, but not that one. I never got around to trying Pandora's Tower. I had the PAL import. But then I never got a good working PAL Wii, so I got rid of that. I never played it when it finally came out. Opuna is interesting. I wish Opuna was, like, I wish that game's pacing was better, though. The opening hours of that game, it just takes forever for that game to get going. One party member for hours. The opening villages are just gigantic. Huge. Baroque was awesome. Yeah, I played it on the Wii first. Comedy Gold, how bad the voice acting is. I would be more inclined to play it if it was shorter. It's like a 40-hour game. It's almost spooky season. Yep, I'll be streaming horror games pretty soon. Yeah, I really need to give Pandora's Tower a shot one of these days. I never played it. Definitely gotta fix that one day. Kirby's Epic Yarn for 20. That's actually a little more than I thought it would be. Mushroom Man. That's one of my favorite Wii games for sure. Never got ported anywhere. Still exclusive to Wii for that version. If you like 3D platformers, that's pretty much an essential game on the Wii. Rhythm Heaven Fever. Finally getting a new Rhythm Heaven game. Can't wait for that. Galaxy 2. People still buying it for almost $30 shipped. I guess they're like, you know what? I ain't buying that for 70 or 40 digitally. Game & Wario. Also one of the last Wii U games I need. The Wii U is in a really weird place, though. It's hard to give a console love when there's barely any games exclusive to that thing anymore. Almost every reason to buy a Wii U, you can just argue, you could just get it on the Switch. So it's a pretty hard sell for Wii U right now. Marble Mania. It's a good Kuro Rinpa. It's a great marble rolling game. Recommend that one. Ghost Squad is fun. Man, if you love rail shooters, like arcade shooters, the Wii's got so many fun ones. Really love those simple little, like, 30-minute arcade shooter games. Ghost Squad has got to be one of the most common games on this console, though. So many available of that game. printed into the ground. I don't think I have any DSi exclusive games, no. I don't think I bought any of those. Don't think so. Yeah, I actually still gotta get the NES Remix Pack. There's a handful of Wii U games I still definitely need. Ivy the Kiwi. Wow, that's gotten expensive. Holy crap. I did a review for this game on my channel when it came out. I had a lot of good things to say about it. Check out my review if you're interested. Love the music in that game. Oh yeah, that's right. Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight. I've really grown to love those games so much more over the years, especially Secret Rings. I actually really did not like that game when it first came out. Wow, look how cheap Xenoblade Chronicles X is now. 15 shipped. Please, Nintendo, we need the update on Switch 2 already, please. I never played the Poke Park games, though. I've always been interested in seeing what those are like. Have any of you played this version of Dead Rising? I wonder if it's worth considering this version. Didn't they change the viewing angle so it's almost more of an over-the-shoulder action game? And I'm sure the shooting is probably pretty fun with the aiming, potentially. I remember I originally looked into what made this version different, and it seemed different enough to warrant playing, even if you played the original. Plus, the Wii version of Resident Evil 4 is supposed to be really good, so the fact that, you know, same developers from Capcom did it is reassuring. Some people swear by the Wii version of Resident Evil 4 with the controls. Apparently aiming is just like super good. Well, the great thing about collecting for the Wii, even right now, there's still a lot of exclusives that are very attainable and not too expensive. Yeah, you got a handful of games that are gonna cost a pretty penny, but there's not many of them. I don't know how many I have, Nick. Never counted. Yeah, I think Black Knight and Secret Rings are pretty much essential if you're getting into the Wii. Don't believe all the things you've heard about those games over the years. I think they've aged very well. You just gotta really be patient. Be patient with the controls, especially Secret Rings. You gotta... Don't do overly exaggerated movements. You gotta do very small, precise movements, and you'll really enjoy the game. Takes a bit. But if you're patient with it, it's actually really fun. It's like an arcade game. Well, it's easy to get frustrated with Secret Rings. But see, I tried to learn the speedrun years ago for that game, so I was like forced to have to try and get good. Imagine trying to play through Secret Rings without ever dying. So that's pretty much what I had to try and do. And when you have to play the game on that level, you start to like really... You have to really be in tune with the controls of that game. And believe me, the controls get to the point where they are way more playable. You just gotta really understand what it's looking for with the sensitivity. Most people play it completely wrong. Yeah, you better like that song, Seven Rings in Hand. It is catchy. But it's gonna be stuck in your head. Great, now you're gonna have that song stuck in my head the next day. Or week. Certainly one of the better, like, vocal Sonic songs. I like that one. I've only ever really played Metroid Prime 1. I dabbled in 2. Never played 3. I'll probably be skipping 2 and 3. I'll just go straight into 4. Doesn't really bother me. And there it is, just like that. Tell you, every eBay stream it happens. Right? You guys are a witness to this. Every stream, we talk about something, and then literally a second later, that game pops up. Do I like Sonic Riders Zero Gravity? I played it. I attempted to do speedruns of it. It threw my back out, like it seriously did. Yeah, like I definitely messed something up playing Zero Gravity. So, no. No, I do not. Do not like it. Because of that. It's as brutal to play that game as you think. I think I have my VOD, like you can watch me play that game with a webcam on my second channel. I think I have it uploaded on there. Yeah, it's pretty bad to control. It's pretty brutal. It makes you contort your body in ways that are not natural. Bending backwards and stuff. Oh, God. Oh, Zero Gravity. I thought you meant Free Riders. I never really got into the Sonic Riders games. They just always like controlled a little oddly for me. Never really got into them. I've tried. They're okay. Not something that I play long. They're very like 6 out of 10 kind of games for me. Would I play an online version of Sonic R? Oh, I definitely would. Yeah, I would live on that game. Have I tried Taiko no Tatsujin? Yep. That's how I first... Well, I first played Taiko no Tatsujin on the DS. Had to import them back then. And then I played it on the Wii, had to import that as well. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. I still think the original ones on the DS though are my favorite. It was really fun to use the stylus on those games. Apparently it is being used. I haven't always seen the 2-minute extension thing for bidding, but it is apparently in use. I just don't think it's enabled on every auction yet. That's the 2 and 3, another classic Overkill. I never got an Overkill quite as much as some other people, but man, some people love Overkill. Resident Evil Classic. Is there a reason to play Resident Evil Remake on the Wii as opposed to, say, like, PS4 version or something? Is there anything on the Wii version that's unique at all, or is it just a straight-up port? Classic cover. One of my favorite covers ever for a horror game. I just love the tension of the zombie getting ready to chomp on her. And then the window. So one of the best looking games of all time. Resident Evil Remake. The pre-rendered graphics in there are probably the best ever to be seen in a game. Such a darn shame we're never going back to pre-rendered graphics. Could you imagine what pre-rendered backgrounds in a horror game would look like now? Holy moly. Good old Resident Evil 0. Maybe one of these years I'll work up the courage to actually try that darn game. I just feel like I'm not gonna like it. What's stopping me? The inventory system and like swapping between the characters to solve puzzles and share inventory. Like that kind of stuff drives me crazy in games. And it's like amplified in that one. I always heard this Munchables game was pretty good. Never played it. Seen this recommended sometimes. I don't remember how Code Veronica handled inventory. Was it that bad? What did Veronica do that was different? I'd probably like Resident Evil 0 if I used a guide, yeah, for sure. Like, if I could foresee, like, when I would need certain things in my inventory, or play a modded version or something that handled the inventory better, it might be fun. I would love to play it for the graphics, I just love the pre-rendered style of Resident Evil from that era, but I would hate to play it and then just, like, be super frustrated with it the whole time. Constantly drop off your items to pass the metal detector. Yeah, I haven't played Code Veronica since the game practically came out, so definitely don't remember how it handles that. Heathcliff game? Fast and the Furriest? Is this an actual racing game? Wait, this is really a racing game? It has the Wii wheel. Wonder how that is. Probably terrible shovelware. Baroque's great. Yeah, it's not a bad price for Baroque either. $28, $7 shipping, $35 shipped. Game is definitely worth buying for that price. You'll get a lot of playtime out of it. Keep seeing Epic Mickey, it reminds me. I still gotta play the HD remaster. I didn't think I would like it, but I tried that demo and I'm like, wow, this is actually not bad at all. Looked really nice. Controlled decently. I played the first Dissidia. I think I tried a demo of like the one that came out on PS4. I really liked it on PSP. It was very different, but I didn't like it enough to like keep buying the same game practically over and over. But it was a novel, like fan service game for its time. This is Theme of Love, Final Fantasy IV. What games do I have multiple copies of? The only game that I would have multiple copies of on purpose would be Eco. Just because I collect all different kinds of variants of that game. Region variants, rental copy variants, sealed copies, whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. Man, the Conduit. This was such a flop. If you were around when the Conduit was getting ready to come out on Wii U, you remember the hype around this game. People were like thinking this was going to be the Halo killer. Best shooting game on Wii, says IGN. Yeah, because it was practically the only shooting game at the time. That was one of the reasons it was so hyped up, is that there were almost no first-person shooters on the Wii, and this was like the first real exclusive one that was coming out and making waves. And yeah, it didn't go anywhere. It even had online multiplayer. I had played the online and it was... Or was it that the second one? Did the first one have online? I think it might have been the sequel. Yeah, it was just the sequel. Oh no, wait, this one had the voice chat. Yeah, this had online. Yeah, I was not impressed by it. I bought it pretty much for the online and it was terrible. Yeah, it was a very lucky find, Mike. Very lucky. Would I say Ueda is my favorite game designer? Well, the track record of 3 games, all of which I really love, is pretty strong. I like his vision for games. Seems very in tune with something that I would make. Mr. Big, thank you very much. Thank you for the big 12 months as a member. Wow. People are actually finally starting to ask a lot of money for Shattered Memories on Wii. This used to be under $100 for a very long time. Now it's actually starting to catch up to the PS2 version. That's kind of wild. But I always told people, the Wii version for this would not stay that cheap for long. because the PS2 version was becoming so expensive. Not only was it rare, but it was becoming so expensive that it's pricing out most people that would just want to try the game. And the alternative of paying like a fourth of the price for the Wii version was probably too tempting. So the more people that, especially with the release of F now, everybody's like looking to play Silent Hill games. And this just makes so much more sense to get over the PS2 version. Especially because the Wii version is the original version, the PS2 version is a port of the Wii version, which has inferior puzzles. The puzzles are built around the motion controls, and they're actually pretty clever. Darkside Chronicles. I never played Umbrella Chronicles or Darkside Chronicles. I hear good things about these, though, especially this one. I'm sure these would be a lot of fun these days. I think we took these kind of things for granted at the time with Wii, because we just felt like it was just never-ending light gun games on this console, but I think if we played something like this now for the first time, it would be a lot of fun. Break out the zapper. It's not that good? You mean Shattered Memories? I'm actually a pretty big fan of Shattered Memories. The only thing I didn't like with that game is the terrible... Okay, so here's the one thing that the PS2 version might be better with. The chase sequences where you gotta, like, shake the enemies off of you drove me insane. Hated that on the Wii. The PS2 version might actually improve that. Yeah, those chase sequences are one of the only things I really did not like about Shattered Memories. Otherwise, the exploration and the puzzles, I love that. It's so atmospheric. Book of Memories is the only Silent Hill I have not played. You know, I'm not counting F yet. Just because it's not possible for me to stream that game right now, so... Once I'm able to stream Vita, then I'm sure it'll make an appearance one of these Octobers. Even if it's just for like a couple streams, because I know how long that game is. I'm very intrigued by it now. I'm sure I would actually really like Book of Memories at this point. But I know how long that game is. Ooh, terrible cover. Look at the Australian, or from Portugal, this copy. But look at this terrible copy of Ju-on. Gotta say, we definitely got the better cover for Ju-on in the US. Downpour is underappreciated. Unfortunately, I kind of mix up, because I played Homecoming one year, and then the very next year I played Downpour, so the two of those games, I kind of mixed them up. It's hard for me to remember, like, which one had which scenes. I was actually a pretty big fan of Homecoming, playing it now, today. But you gotta remember, I played those games for the first time on a Series X, so I didn't play them on the, like, original versions with the worst frame rate. So playing those games in a solid 60 frames and short loads, like, it was actually pretty smooth. If I remember right, I think I liked Homecoming more than Downpour, but I liked both. Like, they were very solid 7 out of 10, almost 8 out of 10 kind of games for me at the end of the day. But the thing to understand with me is, I'm an exception, because I wasn't a Silent Hill fan waiting years and years between releases of Silent Hill games. So going from Silent Hill 4, let alone Silent Hill 3, to Homecoming, having to wait all that time for a new Silent Hill game and then being let down because you had certain expectations, I can understand the disappointment. Me, I was just playing one Silent Hill game every year. So it was like I didn't have that anticipation of having to wait all that time. And I went into it knowing that it was drastically different. I can understand the disappointment from people that didn't realize at the time how different those games were. But I was watching some of the clips back on those recently of like me playing the game, and I'm like, wow. Yeah, some of the combat was, yeah, a little, you know, bullet spongy, or rather pipe spongy. Killing enemies was pretty tough sometimes in those games, but at the end of the day, it was pretty fun. They were like arcadey Silent Hill games. And I would highly encourage you to try them again on a Series X if you can. They ran very smooth. Great looking games on Series X. Okay, here's someone asking 103. That's like more in line with the prices I remember. That copy for 180 is definitely like future-proofing itself. You got Halo 3 at 7-11? Wait, they did a midnight release for Halo 3 at 7-11? Like, I know they did the cups, but they actually released the game there at midnight? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Was that the only game they released at 7-11? Man, let's bring that back. Come on, let's bring back midnight releases at 7-11. That would be so much fun. I'd totally be in line out there for that. Because everybody's got a 7-11 by them. That could be huge for 7-Eleven. Could you imagine that? You bundle it with like a Mountain Dew and some Doritos if you come to the midnight release with them. Me, I'd have to go in and be like, all right, instead of the Mountain Dew, can I have a bottle of seltzer water and a banana instead? Feels like the price of Color Splash just keeps coming down and down and down. I'm not complaining, because this is one of the last Wii U games I want to add to my collection. But it used to be 60, then 50, now it's down to like under 40. So I'm fine with that. Tony Hawk Shred. Is this game any good? Is this the one that you had to use the board? Wait, just a Wii remote? Wait, do you just play this with the Wii remote? Oh no, it's got the board. Required to play. Hell no. Nope. Guess I'll never be playing that one. Cyberbike Cycling Sports. Don't you have to get like a special bike to play this game? Or no? Wait, they let you play this with a controller? Like a GameCube controller? Doesn't that kill the whole point? Wow, I thought, for the longest time, I thought this was like a legit exercise game. Apparently it's just an arcadey minigame compilation. Wow, it's expensive too. Alright, I think that's where we're gonna wrap it up. Just a reminder, especially for the YouTube people, this October 1st will be the premiere of my Horror Game Month streams. I'm going to be trying it for the first time, multi-streaming on YouTube as well. So you're welcome to come down for that. The way it works, I just play horror games or horror-themed games. Not like strictly always survival horror. the whole month, and you don't know what I'm going to be playing ahead of time. You pretty much just find out what I'm playing the night that I pop it in. That's how it works. So hopefully you guys make it out for that. I will probably need the day off before, just so I can decorate like I normally do. That usually takes a bit to set up. Yeah, so we got a few more days for that. Trying to think if there's something else I had to remind you all. I think that's it. So yeah, just make sure you got your notifications on YouTube, because you'll want to get the notifications when I go live, so you can come hang out. Just in case, because a lot of horror games are probably going to run into music copyright issues and stuff. So make sure you're there live while that's not an issue while I'm live, because the VOD may not be easy to keep public for some of these games. But yeah, I'll see you guys next stream. Horror month fast approaching, so be ready. This is going to be the last eBay that we do for a bit. If I do eBay during October, it's usually once in the middle of the month, so keep that in mind. So next Saturday we'll be doing something horror related. I don't know which game it'll be on Saturday, but that's what'll be happening. Stream tomorrow? Yep, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. Have a good night.